Okay, it is July 23rd, 2022. I'm David Knight with Project JFK CSI Dallas, and this presents The Journey, our monthly meetings. We have been gone for the last couple months just because of the conference we had in Olney, Illinois, and also I've been busy with working on editing and getting prepared for this November. So apologize we haven't been online for a couple months, but we are here. Glad everybody's back with us. And we're going to talk about a few things. I'm waiting on David Denton to get in from Illinois. He's going to be speaking with us today about what's going on this November. But to go ahead and kick off the show here, let's go to let people know, for those watching, join us for the first time, and also those on YouTube. You can find us at projectjfk.com. You will find a load of information on our website about us, our events, videos, store, our legacy tabs, which includes Gary Shaw and Larry Rivera. Also in the blog section, you will find Larry Snapp's section. Larry is one of our attendees of our journey meetings, conferences, and he's also a attorney that's been working on getting documents released. We're going to hear from Larry this afternoon here about what he's been working on. And also, if you like what we're doing and you want to continue having us put on shows, kind of help us keep the lights on, you can always go to the projectjfk.com website, click on the very first page comes up, it says help our cause. This here is our list of supporters. Get your name added to the wall, and only thing you have to do is click the donate now button on PayPal. It's a secure encrypted website that you can make your donations. So if anybody that would like to do that, please do so. And with that, David, are you on with me? Professor Denton, let's see if you've got your mic. Oh, he's getting ready. We have an announcement. We are going to be doing a Come Back to Dallas conference this November. And that is going to be, well, you can find details here on projectjfk.com as soon as I can get it linked back over here. Scroll down past today's announcement, and for those that maybe have not seen this part of our events tab, it's Come Back to Dallas, Texas, November 17th through the 20th, 2022. This is sponsored by JFK Historical Group, along with projectjfk.com and also JFK Conferences LLC. You can find information along the events here. If you would like to, if you'd like to book a hotel room for the event, you can follow this link right here on the screen. The room rent is $109 per night. Registration is $115. For those who sign up early, receive a special gift. Our banquet fees are $50 for the banquet. Friday and Saturday, we're going to be offering luncheons at $30 each. Or you can register for the whole shebang for $215. If you click on purchase tickets, this will take you to the JFK Historical Group website. And on this site, they also have a donate PayPal button. So if you'd like to donate to the JFK Historical Group, please do so. That helps them out by sponsoring events and putting things together. This is the, there'll be an event schedule button here. Right now, it's just got a quick update of who's going to be there, such as Ed Tatro, J. Gary Shaw, Judith Baker, Ryan Jones, Project JFK featuring Casey Quinlan, Brian Edwards, and myself, Dr. Michael Chester, Larry Rivera, Robert Groden, Professor Mal Hyman, Phil Nelson, Randy Benson, Pete Hymans, Gary Fannin, and of course, Professor David Denton. And we'll be also announcing more speakers soon. So keep looking at both websites. That's jfkhistorical.com or projectjfk.com. Also, if you subscribe to our Facebook pages, we put out information there, and also in email. You can purchase your ticket button. You can click on the button here and purchase your tickets. It will take you to Eventbrite. If you click on tickets, it will take you to The conference package with 2 lunches and the dinner banquet, that's the $215 price. Of course, there's always taxes and fees. There's a general admission for the conference only, or you can also buy, say you don't want to do a lunch on one day or maybe the dinner. We suggest everybody does that because, you know, as far as buying the entire package, just because during these times when we have the lunches or the dinners, if you do not pay for those, then while that keynote speaker is speaking, unfortunately, you can't be in the room. You'd have to leave and then come back after the keynote speaker and you know, dinner or lunch is finished, just because when you get into the hotel room, unfortunately, the people at the hotel doesn't know who paid and who did not pay for their banquets or their lunches. So they serve everybody, which means we're going to end up getting, you know, extra charges for that. So the best package price deal is the $215. Event details on the learn more. Again, that's basically everything I've already spoke about. And you can make your reservation through this. This will give you the JFK Historical Group special rate of the 109. This is going to be at the DoubleTree by Hilton Dallas at 2015 Market Center Boulevard. You can choose between 2 double beds or 1 king bed. So if you've got a buddy that's coming with you, hey, get a room together and split the cost. That's fine too. So with that, let me see if David is able to talk now.
Yeah, can you hear me, Dave?
Yeah, go ahead, David. Go ahead and take it away. I've given some high points, but you know, go into a little bit more detail than what I've already discussed.
And I apologize. I'm always trouble negotiating the aspects of Zoom sometimes, but man, Dave did a great job there laying things out. I mean, that's pretty thorough explanation of what the logistics are of what we're trying to accomplish. I think, I mean, it is an important event, I think, in terms of typically a lot of folks really that are deeply interested in this story have come to Dallas on a regular basis in November. You guys know that, or aware of that. I'm sure so many of you have. But the pandemic has kind of interrupted all this. And now you know, there really hasn't been a true fully live event in Dallas for 3 years, basically. And now I feel like, you know, we've got this opportunity to come back. Hopefully the same groups of people that have gone before will come back to Dallas. I think that's one of our themes, but also hopefully get a new audience as well. We've got a great lineup. Dave already went over it, and we are still in the process of negotiating for with some other folks. We're not done yet as far as a full lineup. And when we do, we'll have a more specific schedule lined up. But basically, all day Friday, all day Saturday are going to be our prime time primary live events. We might have a select few Zoom that if we feel like they're important enough to bring into the topics, but primarily this is going to be a live event. We're going to have a kind of a meet and greet on Thursday night for folks who come early, and try to get a little more interaction maybe on Sunday morning as we conclude the conference with some of our speakers and have a more of a intimate Q&A sessions and chances for the folks that come to kind of interact more. We felt like that's important to do. I mean, sometimes conferences, and you guys, we've looked at the conference LLC, which we're kind of taking over. I know I see Larry there. Larry and I have been a part of it. Casey and Dave have spoken at it. The other conferences in the past maybe have gotten big and had a lot of different speakers, and that's all well and good, but we're trying to create some time situation where folks have that opportunity to you know, create some camaraderie that maybe hasn't been there or hasn't had the opportunity. I think to connect with between our experts that are going to be there, and also you know, get a chance to get that kind of interaction. So we're really excited about it. We hope everybody on here will consider coming and being a part of it, come back to Dallas. That's our theme, and I think we're going to run a great conference. I know Dave is going to be running all our technical stuff, our Zoom stuff. You know, we will have a Zoom eventually, but we're hoping to attract as big a live audience as possible. Dave does a fantastic job with all the technical audio stuff. We've got a lot of good people that are going to be involved with this. We expanded our topics to include Malcolm X. We felt like there was enough justification for that with recent events and the fact that some of the individuals involved in that case have been exonerated by a judge. In fact, Larry Rivera, right here with us, is going to be our guy to kind of fill us in on that aspect of the case. And we're also doing some stuff with RFK and trying to bring, as we say, revisit, re-examine our history and try to get these things corrected. I mean, that's always been our goal. The JFK Historical Group, Project JFK, who would collaborate to try and truth, justice, revisit, re-examine, and hopefully get a different take on the history of these things that have done so much in terms of damaging the American story and affecting our democracy, that they merit our continued approach and consideration. And that's what we're all about. So does anybody have any questions? I hope I've kind of given a little bit of outlook. I think you saw some of the speakers that we have listed, and anything that anybody might want. Of course, Casey's here, and Casey's going to be involved with it. Brian Edwards, great researchers all, and we think we're going to put together an outstanding conference in November in Dallas.
May I ask, is this with the Judith Baker group? Are you guys sort of merging with her for the purposes of the conference?
Well, basically, no. That's not, I mean, we had talked about doing those things, but that just didn't pan out in terms of, we really kind of, maybe it was a little bit of a bridge too far, or I mean, because we're looking at trying to put something together between her group, Conference LLC. Larry and I are board members on that, my JFK Historical Group, and then obviously Project JFK. But there's just a whole lot of complications. So Judith Baker has decided that she no longer wants to be actively running an event, and so we basically kind of took over the mantle, so to speak, or picked up the mantle. And speaking of the JFK Historical kind of group, which I head up, was kind of leading the way on that, and with assistance of the other groups. But primarily, this is going to be a JFK Historical Group event. Our responsibility to pull it off and do the things that need to be done. But it's kind of almost a replacement type thing, I would guess put it. I mean, it's the best way I could put it.
I want to clarify. So her only involvement is going to be as a speaker, and I guess maybe giving you her mailing list, but she's not going to be involved in organizing this, right?
That's correct. That's correct. That's our plan. Yeah. I mean, she's hopefully we will get had a large audience the last few years. We're hopeful we can, but again, there's an unknown factor there because 3 years, I mean, that's our big test. Can we get a lot of the folks that have come to Dallas to any conferences, are they going to come back? And we hope that the answer is in the affirmative. That
I have same question. Is Larry going to be able to speak about the Kappa conference? And I had the same question about the Judy Baker involvement. Thanks for answering that.
I'm sorry, the Kappa thing. I'm not really involved with Kappa. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now, is Larry going to be able to speak about the Kappa conference? I assume, Larry, you're part of Kappa still, right?
Not officially anymore.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but I do talk to the board members and coordinate with them. But if there's something that you would like me to share with them, I'd be happy to do so.
Not specifically. I've just been looking at the preliminary schedule and very interested to attend. That's all.
I am actually, I want to clarify, I am going to be involved in the Kappa event on my side a little bit too. They invited, I've done an educational forum for them, so I'm going to be doing that. They have a Friday college and high school event that they kind of play videos and things on. I mean, sure, Larry's familiar with that, and they've asked me to. I've ran that event for them the last 2 years, so I'm kind of crossover a little bit on that. But I'm not really involved too much in the process of what they're doing over there, other than offering my services on that. So, hey, it's good to have, Dave Knight and I, let's be frank here. I think Dave and I have talked about this a lot. Casey talked about, there's plenty of room in Dallas for multiple events, and it's kind of been that way for the last 20, 25 years. So there's a lot of folks that come to Dallas, and oftentimes they'll actually go to a couple when they're in the Lancer Copa days. You guys can remember some of that. I myself would always try to go to both events, try to pick out speakers from both. I mean, if you look at Kappa's schedule, you guys were talking about that online. They've got a good schedule, and so do we. And we're, we have exactly no speakers that they have. I mean, there's a lot of great researchers that are not doing the Kappa event.
Well, that was the problem I had with Judith, because every time we would announce a speaker, she would then invite them and pay them to come to speak to her conference. And I don't want to get into details, but that's.
Yeah, well, that's ancient history as far as I'm concerned. I mean, that's not going to, we're not, I mean, I had a frank conversation with Linda Devaney about that. And I think they were a little surprised that we decided to have an event, speaking from their standpoint. But as I pointed out, I said, there was an intention for Judith Baker to step aside, and we didn't know if there was going to be another event. But frankly, the board members wanted on that event again with a lot of good people like Larry, myself, and Randy Benson and Don Ratliff. That we felt like you needed to continue to try to offer something to continue the legacy, so to speak, and in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. So we ultimately, after quite a few negotiations, decided we're going to do this. And we kind of got late to the party, I think, a little bit in terms of getting off the ground. I think they meaning Kappa, were surprised. And I said, well, we've done this thing, and we've actually had an event in Dallas since 2014, which was longer than, Kappa's been there. So surprised, but I think we can coexist. I hope we do. You know what? We're gonna be organized. We got great speakers. We're gonna put on a great event, and we're not super concerned with what did the think about of the Ed Tatro comment about the JFK community is always what is it, is an oxymoron. The term JFK community is oftentimes an oxymoron. So I don't know. I just try to
fire. Yeah, a lot of friendly fire within the community.
Yeah, I just try to move on and try to
I suspect
the
that
best opportunity and platform for folks to come and see various speakers. Now we did invite Cyril Wecht to be a part of our thing, because he had in the past for Judith Baker, but that kind of Cyril Wecht respectively declined because he felt like he needed to give his time to Kappa. And again, I'm going to go over there and speak at I'm on one of their panel discussions and the forum, I said too. So it's not a terrible thing to kind of collaborate.
I think
See what I'm saying?
I think after 2023, the 60th, we may have to I suspect that there'll be a drop off in attendees starting in 2024. It's just a long time, and we may have to figure out a way to have one conference that everybody can go to. I'm just thinking
Right.
This is a long time, and we're losing people every year. So, but
True.
I just wanted to make sure, because
Yeah.
I had difficulties with the way Judith did things, and that's why I stepped away from Kappa and stepped away from her. And I just wanted to make sure this group was.
Let's point out, and I'm not knocking Kappa per se, but again, to reinforce my point, if I know some of you have looked at the Kappa schedule, I have too. I'm a part of that schedule, but I mean, they have like a total of about, I don't know, I'm guessing somewhere between 7 or 8 speakers for their whole weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, how many great researchers are not on that list that are on ours? I mean, there is room for 2 conferences, at least in terms of expertise. Like Larry's saying, after 2020, who knows years? I mean, this thing might dissipate. I don't know. We may struggle to bring an audience back this year. I mean, I'm sure Kappa, I don't know what their numbers are. They got a head start on us. I don't know what theirs numbers are. I don't know. I mean, there's a degree of unknown here in terms of
When I get to
kind of audience we bring back after 3 years.
I think we're going to have, we have potentially some good news for the fall. And there may be a whole new, Joseph Box may be very busy next year looking at records.
Mhm.
There may be some more opportunities to get conferences.
Well, let's
Well,
hope.
I would say I'd like to point out the fact of having, I want to thank David for, spearheading the conference that we're going to be doing in November, because thanks to the pandemic, we've kind of scattered into, cyberspace, into Zoom, which is not a bad thing. We're still able to, to meet just like we do this every month. Well, except for the last 2, we do this every month. We've been doing conferences. And, Proud of JFK has worked with the JFK Historical Group the last 2 conferences that we had one last year. We just did one this year. We have a good collaboration between the 2 groups. And I think that, anybody that wants to come to to come back to Dallas, this is kind of I don't want to say like a reunion of a high school, but, we're having an opportunity to actually be able to come back in person. And you can't beat that camaraderie. Getting the opportunity to come and actually sit down, listen to a speaker, but then, they're there for the weekend. We have dinners together, go out and, go to the bar at the hotel and sit down and have a drink. We had that we just touched with that in Olney back in April. And it was the first time that we'd really had anything back in person. And it was a small event, but, the amount of speakers that we had and the fact that we were able to come back together to be in person again. And that's why it's so important. We're at the 59th year, and next year is the 60th, like Larry was talking about. If we can make this event, a decent event where we don't end up losing our ass on it, it puts us in effect of doing something really great for the 60th anniversary. And, anytime that you have the anniversary years, those are always the years that you get a bigger turnout. I know we had a huge turnout with Lancer when I was working that conference back in 2013. And I expect we'll have a decent turnout next year as well. But I want to see a decent turnout this year, with the new formation that we're going. And I want to encourage everybody, not only here in attendance, the people that receive the emails, and also everybody that's on YouTube. For those that have been to the conferences in the past, for what you remember of how the good points, that's what I concentrate on. I concentrate on the good points. Anybody knows that the conferences that I've worked and been the backbone with the audio visual, I make conferences run smooth. And I've been helping David with, planning this event. And I know that, we can pull off something great and something that we'll talk about for years. But like I say, this spearheads us for next year as well. So,
Hey, David, have you guys talked to Deborah Conway about?
With Deborah's health, I know that, she's a little harder to get a hold of. I don't know if Lancer is going to do anything this year.
I don't think so. And I think we need to think about a way to, take over that operation and her mailing list. When Kappa did it one year, she had an enormous mailing list.
Yeah.
So it may be something where the two boards can talk, and when we did it for Kappa, there was no fee involved, I mean, we just licensed the name.
Yeah.
And then, it was really for legacy purposes. So it's something, again, I don't know if she wants to, if she can stick around till 2023, maybe, so that may be a discussion to have as well.
Oh, absolutely, Larry.
Yeah, Larry, let me jump in here real quick. This is Casey, and I can address part of that with Deborah. God, I'd say maybe about 10 or maybe 8 years ago, she was willing to let Project JFK buy into that program. At the time, we put that on the back burner, like a lot of things that Congress does. But at the same time, we realized that we weren't in a position yet to go ahead and say yes to her. And I know that she's looking for key personnel to pull something off and then pass this on down the line. And like David said, we're not up in the air about where she stands with her health, and her health is a pretty bad situation. But I have to agree with Larry, the idea that, within the next couple of years, we probably need to look at what Lancer has been doing, what COPA as well as Kappa, even the Judith Baker Conference, which we're trying to put together. And I've got to hand it to David Denton. I mean, he is going far out of his scope to try to bring this thing back to Dallas and trying to work walking on eggshells with this woman. And he has done a magnificent job. And I want to throw our support as Project JFK into this. And I realize that we're not going to please everybody. And personally, I don't care whether you're Democrat, Republican, independent, lawyers, doctors, school teachers. It's one of those things. I mean, we're 59 years into this, guys, and a lot of us who are still doing this. Hell, I was going to say you're older than me, but hell, I'm 72 going on 73. And I had to remind my wife that she was older than me the other day. And that's the thing you don't want to do with your wife. But at the same time, we're not getting any younger on this, guys. And so we've got to figure out a way to capsulize this whole thing and then keep it going. And it is people like us, as well as some of the good, solid lawyers that we have around the country. And Larry Schnapp is one of those. And I just want to at least pat David Denton on the back for taking a step forward on this, because this is the thing that we have to do. And I know we have to do this. And hopefully eventually in the very, very near future, Project JFK will throw all its weight behind that organization.
And Casey, one of the other important things is Deborah has all of these 25 years of recorded interviews with people who are now deceased. And currently, I think she charges for CDs or something. And that's the kind of stuff that should be up on the web at this point in time, available for anybody to listen to, particularly people who are deceased. And that would be really a part of the core mission of what Project JFK is in terms of getting these documents scanned. And so that would be, if there's one thing that I would want to talk to Deborah about, would be to make these things available for free. They're so old that, I know she tries to monetize everything, but, at some point, the greater good. But I'm just talking for myself. Just when I see the stuff she has, it should be available just like anybody else, any researcher who has their papers in the silo. Anyway, that I'll get off my soapbox.
All right, well, Larry, hey, I appreciate that. And, I know I started working with Lancer back in 2009. And I have, of course, everything I recorded, intellectual property resorts back to me on them. And I'm the one that created them. Maybe one day, hopefully long in the future, but, then again, just depends. I feel they should be available as well. So, but I do understand the fact of, trying to recoup costs from, previous, expenditures. But you're right, that amount of stuff has been around for quite some time. And, if people were going to buy it, they would have bought it by now. So yeah, I don't know if that's a bad thing to say, but, it does need to be, it's part of the historical record, especially anytime that you sit down and do an interview or have a conference. Yeah, absolutely. So, but again, we're not the ones that make that decision.
So
So,
when ARC say Gary Hart speak in, was it 2003 or something? Is that publicly available, or is that also something you have to buy from them? And even if you have to order it by CD, I mean, it's so much easier to put up on the web. So I'm just asking, we have a lot of historical information that recorded that could be made available.
yeah, absolutely. And I want to, and I'm not trying to throw out a shameless plug, but I do want to make an announcement of this. So let me pull this up. We just had the Olney conference in April. Now, for those that, had not had the opportunity to either, show up in person or be able to view it online through Zoom, I no longer do DVDs. Blu-rays, just because it's not only is it a pain in the ass, it's the cost issue. And not that, but technology has moved to the way where we have smart TVs, we have cloud storage, and then you also have the fact that you can just put it into an MP4, drop it on your tablet, your computer, your cell phone, your Surface, whatever you have, and you can take it with you and view it anytime you want. The April 8th through the 9th, 2022 Olney Central College Political Assassinations 1960s, the flash drive is available. It's sold on a flash drive. There are 18 presentations that are on this flash drive. So you've got about 18 hours. The price is $50. That includes your shipping and handling in the lower 48 states. I do have to say that if you're out of the country, or you're in Alaska or Hawaii, yes, you can still get a copy, but you got to pay the difference on the shipping and handling. That's something I can't cover, because some shipping and handling is extremely expensive, even though you're only sending a small flash drive and a bubble mailer. But they are available. I have plenty of them on hand. So if you want to order one of those, you can simply send an email to me. You can make a payment through PayPal. But of course, email me first at projectjfk@yahoo.com. That way I can get your order ready to go. And most of the time you receive it within 3 to 5 days at the max. There's also other USB flash drives. I've gotten away from digital download just because how much Vimeo wants to charge to put videos online. So the nice part about it is you have a physical copy in your hand. You don't have to worry about, well, I downloaded it, but now I can't download it. I know I had a few people deal with that, and then I still had to send out a flash drive, even though they ordered a digital download copy. We have the True Series, which, you're looking at 15 hours on part 1. Part 2 is another 9 hours. Part 3 is 8 hours. Part 4 is 2 hours, and an extra couple bonuses on here. Those flash drives are 45. The In the Eye of History, this is a big one, and I want to throw a shout out to William Law. You want to talk about having people that are no longer around with us. The only one that's available is Jim Jenkins, and he's not in the best of health, but you've got William Law and David Mantic. Those two people are still here, but Paul O'Connor, Jim Seibert, Dennis Dave, and Gerald Custer, they're no longer here. They're part of the historical record. This is a 9 hours director's cut. If you ordered the book through the first printing, I believe it was, there was an hour and a half DVD that was in the book. That hour and a half DVD doesn't give you the whole picture. Now, it's a great DVD. I know not to pat myself on the back so hard I break my damn arm. I produced that DVD as well. But this gives you the full 9 hours, everything, the one-on-ones, the presentation that was done as a roundtable group discussion at the hotel in Florida. It also gives you an inside look at Jim Seibert at his home. You have one-on-one interviews there by Gerald Custer. He's got his presentation on here where he was filmed in his home. That's available. the 2020, there's a 2020 Global JFK Virtual Conference and the 2021. I've had some issues. They are still in the process of getting finished. I know I've had a lot of people ask about it. They will be coming out. They will be available on flash drive. We also have paperbacks of the Beyond the Fence Line and the Blueprint for Murder with a DVD inside, or you can order it on a flash drive. This one is available. The book is available on a digital download, the Blueprint for Murder book. We're working on redoing the Beyond the Fence Line and have a new interactive experience that you've never seen in a JFK book before. So you can always check out our store and get information. And again, anybody that has not seen the previous only conference that was Project JFK and JFK Historical Group combined, you missed out on something that you really need to see. The audio is great. The PowerPoints are right there on the screen with you. They're not, shot widescreen, so it's harder in hell to, to see things. It's right there on the screen. You can view it just like you were doing if you were on Zoom. It's a great product, and I want to put it out there that anybody that has not ordered one, please do, because one, you're missing out if you haven't seen it, and two, it helps us, for what I do on the audiovisual side. Right now, I want to turn this over to Larry. I want to hear your updates, Larry, on what's been going on. I mean, it's been 2 months since we last met, and what's going on in your realm and with the releases and so on. So why don't you take the floor and give us an update.
David, before that, if you really want to stir the shitstorm, like Sutherland says in the movie JFK, we should get Ricky White for this conference. I've spoken to Gary about this, and I'm sure that maybe Gary can give us an idea about the possibility of that happening. But that would really be a feather in the cap for the conference, because we could go over the backyard photos and the all the progress that we've done there, that we've made there. So just something that I was thinking about.
Well, David, that would be a name to put down on your list.
Yeah, I think in regard to that, I know, Larry, I mean, we in fact have already inquired about that. I think, Dave, did we not? Did we make a contact with Gary Shaw and got a pretty negative answer on that?
Well, I don't know if I know I didn't.
Ricky would ever be available. I mean, I do not have direct access, obviously, to Ricky White. I know that the word I've gotten, Larry, is that after his whole thing years ago, and he felt like he got burned, he never wants to talk about it again.
Well, that's the thing. It's a totally different ball game now.
Yeah, and
Hey guys,
but we
this is
did.
Gary.
I think
Hey,
there's
Gary,
David right there.
Gary, go ahead.
There we go. There's your answer right there, potentially.
I've stayed in touch with Ricky over the years. He and his wife have done real well for themselves. He has his own business, nice home in the country, and his 2 daughters have given him several grandkids, and life is good for Ricky White. He took a beating in all of this, and he doesn't want to, he will help me with anything, but he does not want to get in the mix anymore. So I'll approach him again, probably, because I've got some other things I need to discuss with him, but that's the way it stands right now.
Well, this would be something, that would be very positive, because it would turn out that everything that he presented was correct, was true.
Well, it's not.
It's reivindication.
Larry,
yeah,
it has nothing to do with that. He took a real.
I know,
beating.
and from even like
And-
people like Weisberg, I know that.
It's kind of like getting whipped by Mike Tyson and then wanting to crawl back in the ring with him.
Yeah. Well, it's an important story. We've certainly added to it. I know that.
But you might mention that I did a presentation at Olney,
Right.
and it's available on that, and it would help educate some people about that. if they're interested. And I show things that have probably not been seen in that capacity. And so that's where I sit right now. Thank you.
Let me see, Gary, this is Casey Quinlan, and I'd like to second that motion, or at least that emotion about the presentation that you gave in Alney. And there's no doubt in my mind, the information that you presented there not only was new information, it was old information for you, but it was new information that hadn't been out as well as you know. And at the same time, it's something that has opened the door for new investigative research. And I know Larry Rivera, as well as David Denton and several other people might want to get into this. But at the same time, yeah, I do respect what you're saying about Ricky White and his wife and his family. But I know we have very few people that we can turn to that are actual, and of course, he's not necessarily an eyewitness, but his father and his family were, and that whole situation with the White family is part of history, and he's still around. And if there was any way that we could do something without, and I know you can't promise that this wouldn't get out to anybody else, but at the same time, we sure as hell wouldn't. At least our organizations wouldn't throw any fireballs at him.
Sorry, what reminds me of when Roger Craig's son came and, gave all that information, that he had, and, sort of in the same vein.
All right, well, let's shift gears. I'll get it out there in a second. Larry Snaff, let's hear from you about your updates.
Okay, so I have two things I'll be talking about. One is the progress on the document dump from the settlement of my lawsuit with the National Archives, and also the letter that I sent to Maloney and developments that have happened since then. So I forget, when we last spoke, did I discuss the memos that I had gotten that were dumped that discussed the initial the debate discussions between the National Archives, the CI, and FBI? Did I mention that last time?
I don't remember that, Larry, but why don't you give us go ahead and give us a little rehash.
As a refresher. Okay, so just as after Biden postponed the release, I filed a lawsuit against NARA seeking the underlying memos and correspondence relating to both the Trump and Biden decisions. In February, the government settled, and they agreed to be giving me 250 pages a month. There's about 7,500 documents that were relevant to my request. Some of them are being redacted, and that's going to be another lawsuit to get those. They're doing it chronologically. So right now, I'm getting more documents this coming week. They give it to me at the end of each month. Right now, we're right about February of 2018. So the next batch should start having some information about the second postponement, which was more significant than the first one, because the first one was only 6 months, the second Trump postponement. Most of the documents provided to me have been spreadsheets of the documents they were reviewing in terms of which documents are going to get subject to the postponements. But there have been some interesting memos that I got. So apparently in July and August of 2017, so in the National Archives, from what I can glean, they have these internal deadlines that are basically 6 months before the deadline that that decision has to be made. So they started in late spring of 2017, reaching out to all the agencies that had equities and documents that were withheld, asking them if they intend to object to releasing those documents. And over the summer, there was an exchange of memos back and forth between the FBI, the CIA, and the National Archives. And I have memos, which I think, David, I may have sent you, I'm not sure, where the National Archives is indicating that they disagree with the rationale and the reasons that the CIA and the FBI are requesting postponement on the grounds they're using. And this debate went back and forth until the beginning of September. And at that point, it looked like they couldn't reach agreement. And so the decision was made in the White House to postpone the records for 6 months. And the way it was orchestrated from the emails that I've seen is that essentially the National Archives was put in the position of asking the president for the delay. And the memo was drafted by the Office of General Counsel in the White House, and then it was reviewed by the General Counsel of the National Archives, and then it became a request to the White House. And then, of course, President Trump agreed. He had no choice. He was being asked by the National Archives to delay. So the FBI was principally concerned about records involving the mafia. There was roughly 6,000 plus files involving the mafia that the FBI was holding back. And the grounds they were using was informants. And then, now was saying, well, everybody's dead. Just if you do a Google search, you can see they're dead, but they were refusing to release the documents. And then the CIA had its usual, grounds for revealing methods and procedures and promises that were made to informants or agents that were working for the government. And I think there's a bunch of Mexico City people that may have been people in the Mexican government that were secretly working for us, and they don't want those names out. So anyway, but the rest of the stuff is basically document dumps. And Joe, I had sent you right before July 4th weekend, a gift. I was wondering if you had a chance to look at that list and if there's anything in there that was new to you.
No, not yet.
Okay. So I'm expecting the next dump, and I'm actually much more interested in the 3.5-year postponement because, it was easy to justify a 6-month postponement after 25 years. And then after 30 years, so after 55 years, another 6 months wasn't going to be in terms of the public, the need for the public to see. 6 months in that context wasn't a lot of time. And they got a legal memo from the Office of Legal Counsel saying 6 months was legally acceptable. But I have not seen any legal memos justifying the 3.5-year delay. And I'm really interested to see what happened with the 3.5 year. I mean, we hear through the grapevine that it was going to get released in the last minute. What's his name? The Secretary of Defense. It begins with a P. Anyway, he at the last minute kiboshed the release, but I want to see what the email correspondence really is.
The current Secretary of Defense?
No, the Trump Secretary of Defense. Petraeus, was that his name or whatever? So that's where we are with that. I'm really excited to see what the next document dump's going to be. And then, of course, we'll then shift over to Biden. So the next couple months should be, I will have memos and correspondence relating to that last postponement by Trump. Now, with respect to the Carolyn Maloney letter, so I spent the spring getting not only signatures of lawyers and authors and researchers, but I spent a good amount of time getting organizations that are what we call open government or transparent government organizations to sign the letter, including Larry Sabato's UVA Center for Politics. I got the Government Accountability Project, the Electronic Frontiers Foundation. I got some really good organizations that are known for their commitment to open government. They signed the letter. I sent the letter to Carolyn Maloney on July 12th. And then at the same time, Joe might appreciate this, and me, Bob Saltzman as well. I also sent an email to Jerry Nadler, who's the chair of the Judiciary Committee. Nadler and Maloney are locked in a brutal primary fight because of redistricting in New York City. In the old days, the east side and the west side of Manhattan were represented by different representatives. Maloney had the east side and Jerry Nadler had the west side. But New York lost some, we had a redistrict, and then that district was merged into, those two districts emerged into one district. So they're basically primarying against each other. And so I used that as leverage because Jerry Nadler's team immediately responded to my email, thanking me for they're going to look into it. So anyway, Maloney this time immediately responded to my letter. And earlier this week, I actually had a conference call with staff from the Oversight Committee. So remember, I sent a letter to Carolyn Maloney in her capacity as chair of the House Oversight Committee. And the Oversight Committee has continuing jurisdiction over the JFK Records Act. They have not held any oversight hearings since 1993. And the letter was asking that the committee hold an oversight hearing to evaluate the compliance of the executive branch with the JFK Records Act. And as part of that, I also attached a letter I had sent to the archivist, at that point in time, Larry Ferreira, which listed the outstanding records requests that were made by the ARB in September of '98 to the agencies that were still outstanding now. In other words, there was no follow-up, as far as I could tell, on some of these requests. So these are 25-year-old outstanding records requests. So I was concerned this might be just a constituent call to sort of just say they contacted a constituent, but we actually had a substantive conversation. And we've had an exchange this week of further documents. I've sent them. And over the next month, we're going to be talking about either if there's not, the calendar for September and October is very crowded right now for hearings. Congress just went on their summer recess. They'll come back in September, and then they recess again, I think, in early October, so they can go home and campaign. So there's a limited calendar. But I learned that a hearing is only one of the many oversight tools that the committee has. So we're going to be engaging in a conversation over the next couple of weeks about if a hearing is not feasible because there's no room on the calendar, that there'll be other ways that they can conduct oversight. For example, they can have conversations with the White House. They have, obviously the Oversight Committee has, good relationships with people in the president's staff. And also, they could, for example, have the Congressional Research Services, which issued a report in 2017 which was anticipating the upcoming deadline, and it was discussing what the act required. Another opportunity is to have the Congressional Research Service do a report in this time frame. They also said that there's currently an acting archivist, and that whoever becomes the archivist has to go through a confirmation hearing. And they are also going to reach out to the archives to get their feedback on what's been going on with the Records Act compliance, and then also during the confirmation hearing, have the archivist talk about or asking questions about their commitment to doing this. So again, I had conversation last week. I gave the memos that I've gotten from my production, particularly the memos showing the disagreement between the National Archives and the FBI and the CIA. I gave them the letter to the archivist. I have some additional, there's also about 5 to 7 House representatives led by Steve Cohen, from Tennessee who has sent 2 letters to President Biden. The first was in September of 21, asking the president to release the rest of the records. And then after, that was 7 representatives that sent that letter. And
Hey,
then,
Larry, I'm gonna throw this up here real quick. If anybody wants to download I've made them in PDF forms, the 2022 Maloney Oversight Request Letter and also the Ferrario letter. You can go to the prodigifk.com website and click on blog. You'll pull up Larry Snaff, and these are the 2 that he's talking about. Larry, I did not get if they were other than these 2, these are the only 2 I've received. If you have other ones that I have not gotten, please forward those and I will put those online.
so you don't have, I guess I didn't send you the memos, the internal memos from the NARA to the CIA and the FBI.
No, but if you can send those, I can put them right up, not a problem.
Because remember, these are not part of any, these were, one of the problems with FOIA is when the government discloses these documents to whoever the plaintiff is, I argued that these records should be part of the JFK collection because they're about JFK collection. They're about JFK records. But as of now, these are not part of the official collection. So, that's another process we're going to have to talk about. So where was I? So we're having these ongoing discussions over the next month. And I mentioned to them also that obviously any communications, there's these 7 Congress people. So they sent a letter to President Biden in September of 2021 asking for him to release the records. And then in January, 5 of them sent a follow-up letter asking for a meeting with the president to discuss his postponement. I don't know if that meeting has been held, but Steve Cohen, who's from Tennessee, is basically is really hot on this topic. Is anyone here from Tennessee? Anyone on this call? Oh, okay. Is he your rep? Would he happen to be your representative?
Mark, you're on mute. Go ahead and unmute, Mark.
The answer is I don't know, but I will find out.
Okay. And obviously, even if he isn't, if you're in state, he's going to look at you as a potential fundraiser. So,
Right.
But he is like, from what I've heard, this is a topic very close to him, the Kennedy assassination. So anyway, I put the oversight committee, let them know about this, and maybe there's a way to combine their resources. But so this is for the next month or so. What I'm trying to do optimally is to get some oversight starting in September when Congress is back, to put pressure to make sure that whatever release happens in December is maximized. Because if they know that there's eyeballs looking at them, of course, I'm also going to reach out to the PIDB again, which is the Public Information Declassification Board, and get them involved too, because the more eyeballs that get put on the White House, the more there's going to be pressure to do something. And then on top of all that, we have finalized our complaint against President Biden. We're actually doing the last minute, as we say, nits, the last minute editing of typos and stuff. We think we have a plaintiff. I don't want to announce it yet, but our plan is to file the complaint in the Northern District of California, which has had a history of being aggressive with presidents or not giving deference to presidents. And we're tentatively planning on filing it by the end of August. Again, everything being focused on pressure in the fall, looking at the December deadline that President Biden set to make sure we have a maximum release of records. And along those lines, to follow up on what Larry Rivera has been suggesting about people that we may want to contact, again, Bill Simpich and I are ready to file a court of inquiry petition in Texas if we can get a plaintiff. Marina Porter denied our request to do a pro bono several years ago. But the daughters, and this was really about, as we explained to her, this is about preventing the daughters and their descendants from being like the Mudd family.
June and Rachel.
Right. And so if there's anyone in this group that has contacts with them, we'd really like to reach out to them to see if they would be willing to let us bring a court of inquiry petition to try to basically expunge Oswald's arrest on the grounds of lack of probable cause. We'd like to really get into court and try to argue our case. And we have 6 or 7 mock trials since 1967. The only one that there's been a conviction was the one that Bulegosi did when the hayseed wasn't taking it seriously. But the other 6 that have been held by bar associations or law schools since 1967 have all resulted in either, and this is different lawyers, different sets of lawyers, judges, and juries. They've all resulted in acquittals or hung juries. So we'd really like to try to get a real legal proceeding going, but we need a client. So if anyone here thinks they can get in touch with the 2 daughters, let me know, and we can talk offline. I think that's everything, David. So I'll send you the 2 key memos from my production request. And I have a follow-up letter to NARA about the letter I sent to Ferrara. I now know who the person is at the archives, who's the point person. I thought the archivist was the most important person at the archives. It isn't.
Larry, now this might be made a little bit off topic, but now it's a big time in the news. How do you compare and contrast the Secret Service issue here with the texts that have been deleted and everything, the reaction that has happened versus in 1996 when the Secret Service just said,
it's a copy.
documents-
That's what it is. 26 years later, total copy.
Right. So then how, the reaction against the Secret Service is completely different from 96, when the ARB said, they're not going to produce any documents and to hell with it,
They not only didn't produce documents, they destroyed them.
They just, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So I mean, again, when people ask me why am I so worked up about a 60-year-old crime, I said, because it's still, the lessons were learned and things are going on, and that people don't change. And the government, for just reasons of embarrassment will hide things. And it's, human behavior is the same as it was in the age of the Greeks. So, what we're seeing now, when people say, well, I can't believe that, this would have happened then. By the way, I've done an informal poll. It's not scientific. It's by no means statistically accurate, but every person who I've spoken to who supports the Warren Commission, when I ask them why they are since they think the crime is solved, why are they so persistent and involved in trying to refute conspiracy theories when the official verdict is it's over, it's done, the case is closed? And every one of them have said some version of, well, the lack of confidence in our government institutions started with the Kennedy assassination, and it's just, and then they go into a version of being a patriotic American. This is about our country's reputation, or in some cases, there was a Marxist. But I have not yet met, and again, this is not scientific. I've only spoken to the people that I see are very active. But every one of them, I won't call them a conservative, but they view this through the lens of what I call false patriotism, that this is about the reputation of American institutions. And we can't have these conspiracy theories. They blur them all together, and they just say that the lack of confidence in our government started with the Kennedy assassination, and all this stuff is continuing to cause damage to our system of government.
The media continues. For example, when Highland Park happened a couple of weeks ago, They had an expert, comparing him, firing from a higher position to Lee Oswald, and he goes and says, Lee Oswald's fingerprints were all over the weapon. And that is what is still being projected in the media today.
And even going to climate change. I read the New York Times every day. They got money from a fund to write about climate change. And the articles they're writing, they're saying things like, well, because Manchin killed the deal 2 weeks ago, we've now lost two critical weeks, and now catastrophe is going to happen. Or every little fraction of CO2 gas is going into the atmosphere is another contribution. And it's like, guys, we don't know
Blame the cows.
the complexity of it, that you think that you can predict to 1 year and a half of a volume of air, how much it's going to change. But there's so much disinformation that's subtle, and to most people they don't know. But anyway, I just want to say that
Can I just say something? Talking about all this stuff is all fine and dandy, but you got to do things as well. You got to go to the archives. You got to get the fucking paperwork out. That's the thing. I've learned that from Malcolm's collection and so forth. It's the only way you make a headway with things. You don't move 1 inch forward if you don't work towards that. And I'm not just doing this, but actually going there or actually emailing them and say, fucking get me this document, that document, this, that, and the other, blah, 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 and share that.
Yep.
Because otherwise, you're not just sharing, sorry, a lot of hot air about whatever side subject you're talking about. Yeah, the only reason why I'm basically able to be this informative with my articles and so forth and my papers is because I've been given stuff that I can basically share and also use and put into context and so forth. You don't progress 1 inch without not doing that. So whether that's video, pictures, or documents and so forth, everything else is hot air. You want to put the story together because the story is in the documentation. I mean, I'm just going to do a little bit of advertising for myself. I released my papers a month ago, and they're 550 pages, and it's just basically filled up with, it was going to be 900, but I did a massive edit because I basically got rid of a lot of screenshots, pictures of the documentation and linked to it instead, because I thought it's 900 pages. No one's going to touch that with a barge pole because it's way too much work and to go through and this, that, the other, blah, blah, blah. And so I've edited down, and it's going to get re-edited again. And I'll tell you what, I'm doing something that I never thought I was going to do. But I'm going to do an ebook, and I already dread to think about the enormous involvement with all that. And I feel like putting a gun to my head because just being this stupid to even contemplate it. But the documentation allows me to basically put a story together that, of course, kicks a lot of what we say in my country, kick people against the shins, because there's so much evidence that puts doubts into conspiracy theory stories and also in Lone Nutter scum stories. And so especially the Lone Nutters, they basically get completely obliterated. No one dares to touch my work, and that's not the pat on the back. It's because I've been given access to this stuff, and I decided to spend time and basically send it out as such. But the only way you can do it, instead of just talking about it and watching the Single Bullet Theory documentary for the upteenth time, is basically to say, no, I'm going to actually trying to find something, and I'm going to look at something, and I'm going to bring it out and say, hey, hold on a minute, I found this. And that's not what actually the official picture was, because such and such a document, this, that, and the other. I worked on Heidel about 2 years ago, and now I've got a bunch of stuff again that adds on to it. I'm working on the fingerprints, and that's really difficult, and it's an enigma, and the palm print and the thing.
In terms of fingerprints, palm prints, and actually even forensics, is David around still? David Denton? I don't see him there, but I had been working with Cliff Spiegelman about we were going to try to use modern science, what we've learned from the Innocence Project and from the National Academy of Sciences study about the lack of reliability of tool mark evidence and fingerprints, to get use the latest scientific computerized 3D technology.
It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time.
Wait,
You
wait,
need to
wait.
look at the documentation. That's the thing.
No,
The
no, no, no,
documentation
no,
tells you the story.
No. It's the interpretation of these impressions. And if you can get, for example, let's go to tool marks. The historical record says the FBI linked the 3 cartridges and the fragments to the assassination rifle beyond the exclusion of any other rifle. But we now know that, first of all, the way the testimony was given, it would not be accepted in court today. And second of all, this is a subjective test, but there are now ways with the 3D scanning to actually get a computer to look and see if the matches are really, in fact, matches. And the reason I was looking to talk to David Denton was not that Cliff died. Cliff was going to use the University of Texas at Austin to be able to make a request to NARA to be able to get in there and make scans of the actual documents. With the fingerprints, it's a similar thing. We now know there's a different way of, they now have 3D technology to look at the ridge impressions.
Let me tell you something. Okay, this is really simple. I investigated the fingerprints. When they were done, how they were done, what happened to them, and so forth. We're gonna have a massive fucking problem because the feds and the Secret Service have only copies, photocopies. They don't even have the real thing, okay? This is the problem. The real thing, the real fingerprints, right? They're nowhere to be found. The archives don't have them. FBI don't have them. Secret Service don't have them. And the Dallas police, well, they pilfered the fucking archives, because if you look at First Day Evidence, the book of Rusty Livingston, yeah, there's a beautiful copy. Whoa, it's a bit faded, but there's a beautiful copy of an inkless set of prints, right? Now, I've got every set that is apparently digitized by, UNT. Well, you know what? That set was pilfered from the evidence room at some point, because there's absolutely no copy of that particular set that's in that book that's actually in there as such. This is the problem. I'll tell you what, I'll tell you where technology is going to work. Oswald's address book. That is going to work, because there you can basically go through indentations of that particular book by scanning it. Not just like flatbed scanning, but I'm talking about, what's that stuff you do in the hospital? CT scan. So you make CT scans, so you can see the depth, the layering of actual indentations. So what did Oswald write in that particular book of his, where he mentioned Hosty and other things and so forth, then to see what else was written in that little booklet. Now that I'll sign up to.
Or did they ever take a fingerprint? Did they ever test the fingerprints on that notebook?
That I don't know.
All right, I know that there were no fingerprints on the letter that supposedly he wrote to Marina about the Walker shooting. They looked for them, but so I've been studying this whole issue about the science, the new science with 3D, and also with the tool marks and fingerprints. And there is a college in Iowa that has a center for forensic science, and they give conferences many times a year. And I'm going to be contacting them to see if they will be willing to maybe do this, because they get funding. But again, I agree with you that we can't talk, we have to do things. So like, for example, if you're like David and Casey, or I'm not sure Casey is anymore, but you guys were associated with universities, we might well use the name of the university to make requests. If you're a science person, there might be some things you could do from science. As a lawyer, we're trying to force the issues to get stuff released. And Bart, that's a good point. I mean, maybe the fingerprints are somewhere, there's still lots of outstanding records that we don't think are part of the collection.
I've got loads of records that are basically not online. So that's the thing. It's going to be quite a bomb. Once I'm done with it, you'll see a dozen or 20 documents from the HSCA that have absolutely no online presence whatsoever.
Well, there's a lot of the JFK collection, which is not online. And then there's documents that are not part of the JFK collection. So there's two universes
yeah.
I'm concerned about. It's not, even if we got every document that was in the collection, based on the final ARB report, there's still documents out there that have never been given to the government. So it might be, maybe what you're looking for is out there, and that's part of.
These are documents that have an NBR
Right.
lettering on
Or
it,
they
non-belief
just-
relevant.
They just didn't report them, but they're, if I don't get a response from NARA on this request for outstanding documents, it's another lawsuit. I mean, we're gonna keep pressing on this, but each one of you, if you have a way of not just talking and writing, but trying to do some hard research or use your position to move something, that would be great. Anyway, I think I've talked enough, David. I'll now hand it back to you. I'll send you the other documents at the end of the day.
Okay,
Okay.
Larry, yeah, I appreciate that. We'll be able to put those up online and let everybody see what we've been discussing.
Okay,
Uh,
if I may, I just wanted to grab the screen here real fast here. I don't know if anybody, in this meeting here has ever seen this or researched the Lee Oswald passport. Can everybody see this? Yeah, right? David?
Yeah, we can see it,
Okay.
Larry.
All right, okay. Because this is the passport that he renewed on 25 June, on the same day that Orestes Pena was renewing his passport. And this is one that I had never seen. I've been looking for this all over. I've scoured Mary Farrell, every document, you can, that mentions the D092526 passport number. And this is something that I just found just a couple of days ago. And I don't know if anybody here has a better quality image of this. Like I said, I haven't been able to find it anywhere, but I did find this reference here to the person who took over this passport on the weekend of the assassination, our good friend Warren C. DeBrew. All right. So, and the trail stops with DeBrew. After that, I haven't seen anything relative to that. We know that it's the passport that is mentioned, the number is mentioned in the Mexico documents for the Cuban, the visa that he was, the Oswald was trying to get, in Mexico City in September, October 1963. But the actual passport or image of the passport, I had never seen. I found it, in a special collection. This past.
Larry, where's the hard copy now? Do you know?
No.
Well, wasn't it a Warren Commission exhibit?
Never. The Warren Commission exhibit was the old passport, the one that he used to go through the Soviet Union. But the one that he renewed June 25th, 1963, which, by the way, he did not use when he went to get his tourist visa to go, supposedly to go to Mexico. He just filled out a tourist card. And in the tourist card, what he did, it says that he used his birth certificate as proof of who he was. Birth certificates do not have picture IDs. So the passport, which was renewed in June, was not used until supposedly in Mexico City, when the number is used in the Cuba visa form that they were trying to, get him supposedly, when at the time, and I want to bring this up again because this is important.
Is there a fingerprint on that?
On this
On the
here,
passport?
as you can see here, I mean, it says it very clearly in big letters. This passport was no good to travel to Cuba.
Right.
All right. And this was very strict at the time. You could not. So when they tell us that he tried to use this passport in Mexico City to go to Cuba, there's a big red flag going on here, and Sylvia Maher wrote about this. She said, look, at the time you could not use a U.S. passport to travel to Cuba, period. In fact, you had to go through Czechoslovakia or one of these Eastern Bloc countries, to get to Cuba in a roundabout fashion without using a U.S. passport. So getting back to this issue here, if anybody has ever seen this, I have never seen this, and why didn't he use his brand new passport, to get his tourist visa, his tourist card, when instead, that doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Why don't you file a FOIA request to see if this is in the inventory, the hard copies in the inventory?
No, that's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that, and I have scoured everywhere. This does not, and I'm going to tell you where I found this. I found this. This was taken. This picture was taken by the Dallas Police Department the night of that they went to Ruth Payne's house, and they went in, they inventoried everything, and number 446 was the passport, D092526. Okay, so this passport we know exists on the weekend of the assassination. All right, 22 of November, and it's in the hands of the DPD. Then on the 26th, Warren DeBrew takes possession of the passport, and from there, it's nowhere to, it's disappeared completely. All right, so if the chain of evidence stops with DeBrew and the FBI, then I think that's where any FOIA request should start.
Okay.
But it's not, it doesn't exist. I mean, that is the best image of that passport that you're going to find. As you can see, a person was, holding it up, and they took it with a camera. They didn't have scanners in those days.
Was the original passport, the hard copy of that, is that in the inventory?
Yeah.
And did they?
Yes, I just showed you. I just showed you an image. Let me get back here.
Original passport.
Yeah, here it says here, okay, that it was received on 26 November, okay, by Warren C. DeBrew.
This is I'm not talking about the renewal. I'm talking about the original.
Yeah, the original. Yeah, this is the one that was renewed. This, okay. As you see, that the number of the passport D092526. See right here.
So let me ask you.
So we know that is that image. This is the passport that we're talking about.
Did they ever take fingerprint impressions from the two passports and compare them to the fingerprints that were found on the boxes? I mean, I just asked, does anyone know if they took the fingerprints from those?
Let's see if somebody in this meeting can tell us.
I'm trying to see if anyone knows.
Yeah, it's a sticky situation that we got here.
Okay, interesting.
I wonder if, Larry, Bill Sipage, I know Bill hasn't been on for, a few months with us. I wonder if Bill has any information, maybe you could.
I was hoping that Bill would be today at this meeting, because I wanted to show this to him.
I'll ask him. Again, these are the kind of things that there might be holes in the evidence that we could do something about. Like, okay, they claim that these fingerprints were Oswald's, but they only did these limited samples. What about other samples that, obviously he handled his passport?
Yeah, you would think that there would definitely be fingerprints of Oswald, holding that you'd at least find latent prints on it.
Yeah, Joseph, we need to you're talking about the tax records. That's another reason we want to have the daughters, especially whenever Marina passes. Supposedly, Marina gave access to the tax records to the LaFontaines. And if she gave them to them, then that would presumably waive the privilege, or I don't know if she simply let them look at them. And the LaFontaines are gone. We've been trying to figure out, are there daughters or children that we could ask if, and whatever happened to LaFontaine records, files?
Right.
That's another question.
But there are tax records to many other people besides Lee Harvey Oswald.
Mm-hmm.
There are many individuals and organizations. The review board did collect it all. It's all in the records collection now, but the tax law has to be changed before they can release any of it.
Right. Well, unless it's waived.
Well, I don't think you're going to get it waived for individuals and things because they're dead, and the organizations were all.
Oh yeah,
I fight communists better than you do, group. No, you don't. I fight them harder, group. And they're all phony as $3 bills, but they existed for a time, and their tax records or whatnot are there.
Why are Jack Ruby's records available but not Lee Oswald's?
because.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
it's a rhetorical question.
right. Ruby's records and his brother, I think, are in the records collection there somewhere. I've seen a lot of them come up again and again, but not for Oswald.
Well,
But
I
I'm
want to show
it's-
this.
It's
Go ahead.
not just Oswald. I mean, people are focused when they bother with social security and tax records and IRS stuff, they think Lee Harvey Oswald and stop. There's a great deal more names and organizations, you know. So, but I mean, we need the tax law changed in order to get them out. And that's going to be that's a big
Yeah,
hurdle.
so anything that requires congressional action, such as giving NARA the authority, the
Yeah.
RPAD to overrule agencies, that's one of the recommendations that,
What we should do is something like when they talk about the filibuster and a carve out, we just want to carve out just for these particular records, which were already been collected. So it's not a new fishing expedition. It's not a new thing that we really have to change the tax law and then that'll open up a can of worms for other things to happen. No, just carve out the tax law, change it, codify it, alter it, just so we can get these tax records
what
out.
I'm trying to say is that in the list of asks, the hardest one is something that requires congressional action.
Right,
Holding a hearing, writing letters, filing a lawsuit, those are all easier to do than first of all, having Congress take time out to debate a bill.
right.
I mean, that's the hardest thing. So the obvious thing for Lee Oswald is to get one of his, family members to waive the privilege of the
Yeah.
taxes. Marina's apparently denied it. So again, once she dies, presumably the daughters will have they're adult women now. They can make their own decisions. So there's two such decisions by the daughters. One is, can we use their name in a lawsuit? And number two, when the mother dies, will they release the records? Because right now Marina is the next of kin, and she's saying no.
Shall I tell you something that's really fucking weird? Yeah, you just want to get some juice. Yeah. All right, here it is. So I do my paper on the TSBD. Now, I looked at all the documents, all the statements by everyone inside the TSBD. However, the third floor, not many people have spent their attention to that. But would you believe the weirdest thing ever being people heard shots outside on the steps, first floor, second floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. They all heard the shots. But on the third floor, nobody heard the shots except Stephen Wilson. There were 3 women on that floor at that time, and all of them state in their FBI statements that they didn't hear the shots. One of them, the name is just escaping me, walked from the office that had the best look on the third floor on the west side of the building. Think about it. I don't know if you ever seen the picture of the TSBD. Basically, it's the perfect viewing point. You can see Lee Bauer's little shack up there. You can see the picket fence, the parking space. The whole enchilada is right there for everybody on the third floor. And there were 3 women. One of them left and walked from that office to the other side, which is on the southeastern window. If you look at the Dillard photo on the 3rd floor, 2 floors below the 3 black guys who were there, who were photographed as such, he's standing right behind the window. The window was shut because they had an air conditioning in there, okay? But even so, with the window shut, Stephen Wilson heard the shot. Then the lady who walked from the office to Stephen Wilson's office said that she heard the shot because the window was open. Like that makes any fucking difference anyway, because it was just thin glass and the airco, and they had it kept, and he said the window was shut, screwed shut. Then there's 2 women. One of them is Sandra Sue Kramer, is one of the girls that's photographed coming down the steps. There's 4 ladies coming down the steps. She's the first one. She's got this dark hair. And she was an intern. She was like a temp, and there was somebody else in that room. And they basically said, no, we didn't hear it. And my money is on basically the FBI pressuring them to say, because they saw things that, of course, could have never, ever been relayed to others in public about what was actually going down there, because they had a top view, the western side of the building, right? So that would be the southwestern side in the corner. And they would basically have the perfect view to see what was actually going on as such. So that's my 2 cents. Anyway.
Well, Bart, while I've got you on here, go ahead and tell everybody your website again, please.
Oh, that's prayer-man.com. So I did
Alright,
4
and-
papers, and they're linked. Yeah, that's it. If you scroll down a bit, if you scroll, yeah, there's the links, the 4 links. Yeah, that they lead to the papers immediately. If you click on them, it will take you to Google Drive. They're PDFs. Some of them will need time to load because, especially the second one, is filled up with stuff on the interrogation. It's my biggest paper. Whereas the TSBD one and the Prayer Man one, they're roughly around 100 pages only. And
again-
the second floor lunchroom encounter one is going to go through a massive edit, and the second one as well. And at some point there will be bullet point versions. I used to have them, but I have to redo that because everything has been changed from a page numbering point of view due to all the editing that I've done. The interrogation one is an update that hasn't been updated for like 3 years. Same goes for the second floor lunchroom encounter, and the third and the fourth one are brand new. It's the first release as such. And with the TSBD, I just went through every floor and basically the people that were inside the building, what they stated, Warren Commission, the FBI files, and so forth, and what they say later, etc., etc. And there are some questions, what they, regarding their behavior and what they said, and so forth. You know what? It doesn't surprise me that the FBI exerted pressure on them because they did it with everyone practically. The 4th floor is another thing that's really interesting because, and I wish Barry Ernest had done a bit more than just the 4 ladies that were on there, because he did it all more than 20 odd years ago. But there are 2 things that need to be paid attention to. That's number 1 is that there were not 8 people there; there were 10 people there. Judith McCauley was on the 4th floor. She was not on the front steps. She first put her statement out that she was on the 4th floor with Avery Davis. And then Avery Davis put a statement out that she was on the steps. She was nowhere near that. And so Judith McCauley had to change this. How do I know this? I called her daughter and she told me that the FBI, an uncle, pressured her into basically changing her statement as such. Now, why is that? I don't know. Probably because of I'm guessing here, because of the Victoria Adams story. And there is also an encounter between the 3 black guys who come down from the 5th floor and who go down to the 4th floor, while the women are actually all looking out west. And again, they have that perfect vantage view, and have a chat with these women as such. And again, if you look at all the statements of the 5th floor boys, it's all over the place. And I mean, contradicting like mad. And basically also they try to fob off the whole so-called encounter on that 4th floor and basically try to say, oh, no, there's nothing. We just stopped there for a second and then we left. Whereas at first it's like, well, we stood there and we discussed this, that, and the other, which delayed, of course, their descent even more as such. Then that whole 3rd floor thing, that was just by accident. And I just went, my God, all these women say they can't hear the shots. Yet the people on the 4th and the 5th and the 2nd and the 1st hear the shots. So what's so special about that? And also, you know what, these floorboards and all that, people heard people running across the ceiling as such because, it was that easy to hear. There's no installation and so forth in that building. So yeah, there's quite a bit of lying going on and obfuscation and so forth. So that's quite interesting. The prayer man thing
Hey,
is
Bart,
basically
this is Brooks. Just to interrupt you for a second before you switch gears. Sandra Sue Kramer actually remarried. By the time they got to her, she was Mrs. Ronald Ellerson.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, she's one of the two. The other was
She's changing
Mrs.
them again.
Yeah, the other one was Mrs. Carl Case. Her name was Edna. The two of them were
Edna, yeah.
together.
Yeah.
They were together. The third
Yeah.
woman was Doris Burns. She was
That's
walking
it.
the hallway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so
correct.
those are the three. But I did the same thing a couple of years ago. I listed everybody, went through all of their statements. I also looked up where they all live, which is a very interesting thing because a lot of them were down in Oak Cliff. But anyway, good work on that because yeah, I saw the same thing.
Thanks. So the prayer man paper is basically what I've done to find the film so far from a distance. I mean, I'm in the UK, so but I found a source that may have a copy, so I'm going to go after that. And I was handed a copy 6-7 months ago in December, shortly before Christmas. And I was told everything about that, how great it was and the great resolution, this, that, and the other. Well, it was a piece of shit. So, and it came from a compilation reel, so with all kinds of news footage. And, but I did manage to make some discoveries. And so all that is in there. The stuff I found from Richard Burnaby, who's a Canadian professor at Kingston Uni, and he worked a lot with Harold Weisberg and Richard E. Sprague, and had copies of Wiegman, and because Richard E. Sprague managed to get a copy for $60 of the Wiegman film, $60, and in the 60s, and May had a professional photographer make 5x4-inch copies of 3 frames that he wanted to spend more time on to investigate. And he picked the right Wiegman frame, so that was kind of interesting. So that plus going through all the options of who it could be and dismiss things, and process of elimination and so forth. The documentation that I found to support that, and Ed Ledoux and I basically managed to get in touch with Roy Edward Lewis. We had 3 interviews with him. They'll be published at some point. We spoke a lot with him. Nice guy, and has also a certain amount of amnesia, which I won't get further into, but there are things that people just don't remember or don't want to remember. And this is the way it is. And the interrogations one is, I managed basically to pinpoint that where the second floor lunchroom encounter is invented. Let me tell you that real quick. During the first interrogation, there are 5 people present. That's Fritz, that's Elmer Boyd, that's James Hosty, James Bookhout, and Richard Sims, the detective as well, DPD detective. Now, in that first, the starting time is still an enigma. Some people say 2:30, and I tend to go along with that, but that's 45 minutes until Bookhout arrives, and that 45 minutes is undocumented. There's absolutely no talk about it. Now, the Fritz notes that came out in the end of '96, they're not contemporary notes. Fritz was known for not writing anything down. Back then, Dallas Justice was really simple. There was one person to interrogate, and there was another person, or maybe 2 persons, to observe. And it would be really simple that if they're a court case, then Fritz would say such and such happened, such and such was said, and the other 2 were basically called up to the stand and just confirm that as such. Yeah, that's exactly what he said, this, that, and the other. That's how it was done. No notes, no recordings. Recordings weren't done until the early 80s. That's when it became obligatory to do that. So, Bookhout and Hosty from the FBI. Hosty is the only one that is taking notes inside that room at that point. which is between 3:15 and 4:05 roughly. Those notes were discovered by Hosty after he apparently destroyed them in his pile of papers when he was basically putting his book together. What's it called? Assignment Oswald. Now, the good thing about that book is that he describes in good detail what he actually did when he was inside there. Now, he makes notes on like what we call like a flip book. Yeah, you have it in your inside jacket pocket, take it out and take notes on them. One of those pages came out in late 99. I think it was Larry Harpanen who did that. And he basically wrote about this. Now, there's very hard to find the context of it until I found the document in Malcolm Blunt's collection in Feb 2019. And those two correlate very well and basically indicate that Hosty wrote a pre-report at some point. Where, I don't know, but I do know that he wrote it on the back of Dallas PD affidavit paper, because in mirror writing, you can see affidavit in any fact as such. Now, this is the document where Oswald said that he went outside to watch the presidential parade. The only time that he basically mentions anything with regards to second floor lunchroom encounter is that he got a Coke and went for lunch. So he got it before he went for lunch, but it gets better, because what happens next is that, of course, after the interrogation, back then, there was no emailing, there was no faxing, there was just get on the phone. So Hosty or Bookout at 4:05 or just after that, get on the phone and call headquarters in Dallas, of course. And they relay, well, of course, what's happening inside that interrogation and what he said as such. After which the FBI, Shanklin, could have been anyone, basically orders them, anyone, of course, in higher position, and orders people, of which Nat Pinkston is the guy to talk to Roy Truly. Why is that? Because in that document from Pinkston, he basically says that after the interrogation, of that very first interrogation, he gets to talk and find out. Why? Because Oswald said he saw 2 rifles in the building. That was 2 days before the assassination. Now, they ask, Nat Pinkston gets to talk to Truly. And he asks him about that. And that's when the Warren Castle thing gets brought up and so forth. But at the same time, the second floor lunchroom encounter is inserted in that document as per Truly. Now, why is this wrong? It's really simple. First of all, there's no mention of any encounter whatsoever in Hosty's notes. Secondly, Hosty and Bookout write a joint report. Now, it's very important to understand that Nat Pinkston's report is coming out on the 22nd, the same day it's typed up and it's there. The second floor lunchroom encounter is basically discussed as such. That's the first evidence of the second floor lunchroom encounter created. However, there's a massive problem. Hosty's and Bookout's report makes no mention of a second floor lunchroom encounter. And it comes out on the 23rd, the next day. So you've got these things running parallel, right? But one comes out before the other. So the guy who wasn't inside that particular interrogation comes up with the second floor lunchroom encounter. The 2 guys who were inside that room with the interrogation make no mention of it. The only thing they mention is that he went to the second floor to get a Coke for his lunch. And Oswald said he was on the first floor when the parade came past. So you can understand the contradiction, and especially from a timeline. What happens next is that, of course, Bookout and Hosty's report doesn't rhyme with Pinkston's report. So what happens? Bookout does a 180 and he writes a new report that comes out on the 25th. And on 3 elements, they change everything around like that. That's how the second floor lunchroom encounter was concocted. It was a complete and utter fugazi. That's that. And that's documented. That's not me, that's documented. And I'm like, how the hell can that be? How the hell can Pinkston? And Pinkston was in the TSBD a lot. He interviewed everyone. He made sure of that. He talked to them all. All the employees that were inside that building spoke with Pinkston, or Pinkston spoke with them. And that's something that you just cannot reconcile. And the two people that were inside that room have a complete different story. Oswald gave him the idea for a second floor lunchroom encounter, but he wasn't there when it happened. Oswald was encountered at the front door. Now, there's a guy called Eric Kaminsky, who's a lieutenant. And Greg Parker brought this up, and together with Roy Truly, they were at the door. If you look at the Revel list, which is a list of all the people that left their details when they left the TSBD, it's Oswald's. It's right on top with his Elspeth address. It's right at the beginning of the list. He was also the first one that left the building as such. And on that list are also people that were missing. And in pen, they write down when they're coming back. Lloyd Viles, who's standing opposite where Tina Turner was standing roughly a bit to the side, didn't show up until I think 10 to 3, something like that, when they started opening up the front doors so people could actually get in after it had been locked for almost 2 hours. So, you know, all these little discrepancies, and it just didn't add up. And at the same time, you know, putting this synchronicity in it basically helps you solve particular matters as such. And that, for me, was probably the biggest find that I've done in the last year, 2 years, for me, basically, to understand that. That with the Heidel ID, I've really delved deep into the Heidel ID. I updated my article on the Heidel ID yesterday. And there's, you know, this, let me just say it like this for the FBI who's listening in. First of all, they inserted that second floor lunchroom encounter. That's one thing. The Heidel ID is also inserted by them. Why? Because the DPD didn't do it. That wallet that they found, the tippet and all that, nobody talks about that. They talk about the wallet that they took out of his back pocket when they basically bending forward in the car and basically took it out and went through his stuff. There's 5 cops in that car. Not one cop makes mention of this. Not in documentation, not in interviews on the 22nd. Yeah, Paul Bentley's interviewed twice in the hallway and by Jay Watson from WFAA. And on top of that, there's Gerald Hill. And Hill is spelling the name out Oswald, yeah, letter by letter. There's not a word about Heidel. You know when Heidel comes forward? When the military intelligence get a phone call from somebody from the DPD, yeah, is basically calling him up and asks about Heidel. Robert E. Jones cannot identify the person that called him as such. But then when they basically discuss Heidel, there's no mention of the card. There's talk about newspaper clippings, New Orleans, and so forth. Nothing else. Absolutely nothing. But then, what do the FBI do? They make a document at 3:15. And they say, we've got this thing about the Heidel ID. We found a card, this, that, and the other. But there is no card because everybody can look at the evidence that they gathered on the table inside DPD in the office opposite where Will Fritz is interrogating him. Okay, so there's absolutely no card whatsoever. Who brings the card up of the DPD? No one. The first one that actually makes up this thing about the selective service card on Heidel is Manning Clements. Manning Clements is 2 hours out in his Warren Commission testimony saying that he was there at 9 o'clock when he's there at 7 o'clock. Yeah, gets mentioned in the DPD files. And basically, it sits there in the time period where, let me get my thoughts. When Oswald is basically had his hearing, the first tippet hearing, and secondly, when he goes to the corridor and says, they've been giving me a hearing without legal representation, blah, blah, blah. Did you shoot the president? I didn't shoot anyone. No, sir. Boom. Then he goes into the lift and he goes to the Davis sisters lineup. Then he comes back and then you get the Patsy the Patsy walk thing with him going, I'm just a Patsy, blah, blah, blah. That's the period that Manny Clemens is there. Clemens states in a document on the 23rd saying, oh yeah, I saw that document lying there, the card, it was right in between all the evidence there. But you know what the beauty is? First of all, Hosty with his notepad, with his block of affidavit papers, as per his book, he says, I took notes on all the evidence that was there on Oswald that they took of him as such. Is there a mention of a selective service card? Not on your Nelly, nothing, no, nothing. And then Clemens says in his statement that he saw it and he discussed it with Bookout. But get this, there's another interrogation after that, okay? So, is there any mention of this Heidel ID? No, of course not. The Heidel ID doesn't get mentioned until 11:30 on November the 23rd, okay? There's absolutely no mention of this whole thing, only in the back channels of the FBI and the DOJ, who do that's the first report was 3:15 and the other one's about 4:45 or some 5:15, something like that. Causes a huge, massive problem. I think Sylvia Ma already did a lot of legwork, groundwork on that. And the thing with the military intelligence, there's some of Paul Hodge and some good stuff. But I managed to basically put some more dots on the I's as such. I didn't even know that Sylvia Ma had done it. Even though I got the book, I completely forgot about it. And I ended up doing the whole thing by myself and then look at it afterwards. And I was like, oh God, I just could have borrowed that and just credit her to it, blah, blah, blah. And the same with Paul Hodge. I went through the whole thing. It took me weeks to basically get it all together. So I basically accused the FBI of inserting evidence regarding the Heidel ID and regarding the second floor lunchroom encounter. You know, the Heidel ID doesn't come forward, like I said, 11:30, and that's after the rifle and the Klein's thing is all basically being brought up as such. Not before, it's after. And it's only then that they start asking him about the ID. The problem with the interrogation notes is that, you know, there is no real record of it besides written records from Fritz, Burkhardt, Hosty, Thomas Kelly, what's his name from the USPS? Name escapes me as well. Harry Holmes, and that's about it.
Larry was
Other
the
than
boxer.
that, everybody. Sorry?
I think Larry was the boxer. Harry Holmes, right?
Yeah. Harry Dean Holmes, yeah. Not Larry.
I think he had a lot to do with the Heidel. He was the postal inspector. I think he had a lot to do with the Heidel thing.
I have found no evidence of such, but basically there is some really obscure stuff going on by basically putting the evidence in a chronological order.
That's
Things
one of the
start to appear.
tapes. That's one of the tapes that I wasn't able to score. You know, from Tyler the Holmes. You know, I don't know what happened to that one.
Yeah, I want to hear Pauline Sanders. That's what I want to hear, because that tape should be a gold mine. I mean, truly, we'll just rehash the same story over and over again. But it was Pauline Sanders, because that's probably the only real interview she ever did. So that would have been awesome. So that, for me, that whole, you know, the first interrogation is pivotal to basically crushing Oswald's alibi as such. That's those 2 hours from, say, from the second he's brought in at 2:04 until just after 4 o'clock, when the interrogation breaks up and Forrest Sorrell starts to interrogate him for about 10 minutes as such. And Oswald is completely in the dark about the whole thing. All that stuff that's happening behind him, doesn't have a clue about anything whatsoever. So, yeah, the interrogations paper is quite interesting. I could elaborate more and more and more, but I also have to keep certain things out, like the backyard photos, because I mean, when I started that, I can add 30 pages to it. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. And also, it's got nothing to do with where Oswald was at that time. you know, on the steps of the TSBD as such. I just need that one picture, and then that's the icing on the cake, and it's bon voyage. So that's me. David, take it away.
All right, well, I want to throw out a couple PSAs real quick. Number one,
I have a question for Larry, real quick.
all right, go ahead.
On here. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Which,
Larry, thank you for recommending this book here. Excellent. I don't know if you guys know David Mamet, renowned playwright and movie director and screenwriter, is doing a movie,
Oh yeah.
unfortunately, about
Marcelo,
Giancana's brother Pepe supposedly revealed a bunch of new so-called new information to his grandnephew, Nicholas Kalazzi, who wrote a script which David Mamet has latched onto, and it's actually in pre-production now. I mean, I'm on the West Coast and I'm in that world, so it is happening, although they haven't cast it yet, which surprises me. But they're supposed to start shooting at the end of the year. I mean, the story I don't buy. Oswald supposedly is a shooter who missed in this story. And good old Johnny Roselli is a sharpshooter. We've heard that before. I don't buy it. And Nicoletti is back in. That sounds like James Fildes' story. What do you think, guys?
yeah, so that's the story. That's the limited, what do they use in Watergate? The limited hangout?
Hang on. Yeah.
I think Marcello's the one that did it. I think Giancana knew about it, but Marcello confessed, you know, while he was in prison, while he was still, and that's one of the things I'm trying to get at the tapes. John Davis had some great work on it, and Lamar Waldron had some follow-up. Do you know, since you're in Hollywood, whatever happened to the Lamar Waldron supposed that Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah, that was optioned by Leonardo DiCaprio upon request of his dad. You know, Appian Way Productions, that goes way back.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a vanity project just to keep his dad happy and involved. But you know, it was only going to go if DiCaprio himself was good, because otherwise nobody in town wanted to finance this.
Right.
So it was a vanity project. It just died slowly.
Oh, okay. Because I was trying to figure out what happened, but I mean, the more I read, and by the way, if you guys haven't seen the Marilyn Monroe, The Last Days of Marilyn Monroe documentary that by Anthony, it's based on Anthony Summers tapes. It's must watch to see what happened to her in the last couple days.
Where is that on? Is that a new documentary?
On Netflix.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out.
It's really good. I mean, Anthony Summers in the 80s did his own, he's got tapes and everything. And it was clear that she was stooping Bobby and John, but it also identifies the names of the people. I don't know if it was Hoffa or Marcia.
not at the same time.
Well,
Hey.
not the same bed at the same time. They were.
It could be.
He was not serially monogamous, as I'll say.
Yeah.
But they clearly have the names of the people who had put the listening devices both in Peter Lawford's beach house and in Marilyn Monroe's house, and they have on tape, you know, so these are guys that actually taped it. The mafia was trying to blackmail the Kennedys by getting evidence of them stripping Marilyn Monroe. And then right after she died, and there's some debate about when she died, which that's not really relevant for me. But right after she died, Bobby had the FBI go to the general telephone offices and pull all the records, so that all the mafia had at that point was tapes that you could not always tell who the persons were, at least from the Kennedy side. And it seems to me the timing is now September 62. And that's supposedly when Marcello said that Italian line about, get this, stone out of my eye, and when Traficante supposedly told Becker, no, it was Becker was Marcelo, right? Oh, no, told the other Cuban
Alman, was it Alman?
not going to make it to the next election. So that
Yeah.
sort of like begins to fill in the story that they tried everything else, and then killing him was the last, the last resort. But
Speculation though, but has anyone
I
seen
I
the,
don't, I don't buy Oswald as a shooter.
right. But that's
I don't buy that.
That's John Orr's theory that Marcellus claims that he knew he was. So this is part of the tapes that have not been released. They're under seal. And I mentioned to the committee earlier this week that one of the things we want is to hear those tapes, because then we can hear the inflections of Marcello. But suppose he said he knew Oswald, and that John Orr's theory is that Oswald, because his uncle was a runner for Marcello, that Oswald was forced to stand there and take a shot to keep his family alive. But I don't buy it. I don't buy the Oswald part. But that's part of the limited hangout. Like you see now, a lot of the CIA people now they're starting to come out with, oh, Castro did it, and we were doing this to, protect the country, protect the world from World War III.
Right, right.
can I ask a question to the group? Who's seen the Ruth Payne documentary?
I just saw it last night. Yes.
I caught her in 2 Lies, by the way. So
So what do you think of it?
I was very frustrated because Max, unfortunately,
Yes.
was not grilling her enough. She knows she does that kind of funny laugh. And you can tell when she's prevaricating. She completely lied about Oliver Stone never contacting her. I personally asked Oliver Stone in 2013 at the Weck Institute, why were the Paynes the only principal players in your movie that you changed the name for? And he said that because they threatened to sue him personally and his production company and the movie company that was, funding it. And so therefore they changed the name. She claims she never spoke to Stone. Maybe she never actually spoke to Stone, but one of her representatives did. And the other thing that he let her off the hook. Actually, he didn't mention it, but this whole issue about when the employment company left a message for Lee about the higher paying job, she prevaricated or at least misremembered or was vague in her testimony with Liebler, and Liebler had no incentive to nail her down. And I just think she's very vague, and unfortunately he did not really grill her enough.
And too much Max Holland in the
Hey,
film.
for everybody that may not know which Ruth Payne documentary you're talking about, if you have the name and if you can announce the name and also what streaming service it's on,
It's
for those
called-
that are watching this on YouTube, it would be
It's
helpful.
called The Assassination and Mrs.
From
Payne.
Vimeo.
And you can rent it for $5 on Amazon. That's where I saw it.
It's also on Vimeo. I saw it on Vimeo. So yeah, but I thought it was pretty good. The fact that he managed to get access and filmed them, and I wasn't expecting much anyway. But what I would have liked is that he did nail it down a bit in the last 15 minutes. He did a decent job in those last 15 minutes and put some
Bart, I'll
stronger
tell you,
questions.
I spoke to Burt Griffin several times when I was getting him. He was going to speak at the CAPA conference in 2019, and then I had to remove myself. And when I removed myself, he declined to participate. But he had told me that they used Ruth Payne to keep Marina on the reservation, that they basically first got the facts from Ruth Payne, and then whenever Marina would go off the rails, they would say, but this is what Ruth Payne said. So whether Ruth Payne knew what they were doing, she clearly in that movie comes out as a patriot. And again, I think that, and giving her family, background stuff, I don't know if she knew what she was doing, how they were using her, or if she,
She was babysitting Oswald.
yeah, so I don't know, but I just know that what it was interesting that they used her to keep Marina's testimony on message.
Is Michael Payne still alive?
No, he
No,
died.
he died.
He died?
Yeah, about 2 or 3 years ago.
2018.
Yeah, there you go. 4 years. Yeah, you know what? It was interesting, but I wish he'd just gotten the documents and basically, put that forward. You see, this is the thing, and this is what I admire about John Newman and that whole Jane Roman interview he did with Morley together. And they basically just put the document right in front of him and say, look, but this is what you signed here. And he goes like, oh, yeah, it looks like I've done something wrong and this, that, and the other. Yeah, you did. And, and that's how you nail them. There's only one way how you nail them. And that's with the documentation in front of it. I wish I had a chat with Lavelle, Jim Lavelle. I wish I had a chat with him because I would have put the documentation forward. He sits there in all these interviews going like, well, I interviewed Oswald. No, you fucking didn't. You never did, because you said it yourself in your own statement and in the Warren Commission. He basically said, I never spoke to him. I was there on the Sunday morning and that was it. Other than that, nowhere near interviewing him whatsoever. But yeah, gives it all the spiel on the 6th floor and going like, yeah, I interviewed him before Fritz took him away. No, it was Rose and Stovall who had a little chat with him beforehand. Such a liar. Mate, I love
Well, let
it.
me interject here. I want to throw out a couple of PSAs real quick. Number one, you guys are watching all this on YouTube as Project JFK presents the Journey meetings, our monthly meetings. I also want to put up here a share screen real quick. If you click on projectjfk.com and click on the More tab, you will come to the affiliated website section. And if you'll scroll down, of course, Larry's website, Larry Rivera's website is on here. And also I want to point out Prayer Man, which is Bart Kemp's website.
Thank
So
you
this is
very
basically
much.
your online, this is basically your online yellow pages, so to speak, of the websites. And of course, if there's any websites on here that deals with JFK, the JFK assassination that you don't see on here, but decide that you visited, please visit please email projectjfk@yahoo.com and send me a link and I will vet the website and then get it online here for you. The other thing I want to do is I want to send out a PSA announcement. I'm trying to help Bart figure out where he can come across the let me go back here in the chat log here. Looking for a Newcomb interviews for Truly and let's see, who's the other one?
Pauline Sanders.
Pauline Sanders and Roy Truly. If anybody can point Bart into knowing where those interviews are at of the Fred Newcomb tapes.
Yeah, it would be a massive help.
What's that, Bart?
It would be a massive help. Massive.
Yeah. If anybody that's in attendance today or is watching this video on YouTube, please either leave it in the comments, send me an email at projectjfk@yahoo.com or get a hold of Bart Kemp.
Is it in the book? Is it in Murder from Within? Fine.
I don't know.
Oh, let me check.
I found out about it when Jill Toff was trying to get money on like GoFundMe or a similar type website. This is about 5-6 years ago. And he didn't manage. And he basically put this trailer together as such. And that's when Pauline Sanders and Roy Truly were heard. And that's when it was
with
like,
Ed Asner or something like that, right?
yeah. So I was like, hold on a minute. I need to get this. And I approached Jill Toff and I think I spoke with Tyler Newcomb, but neither of them were cooperative at all. So, it's like they're guarding this stuff like the crown jewel. I got a bunch of tapes from Gary Muir about 3 years ago. And I digitized those and went through them. And there's Will Fritz and there was Jack Doherty. Jack Doherty's playing games, constantly playing games, playing dumb. And it was interesting, but I was really hoping to get Pauline Sanders because she's the only one that gave an interview at that time. So I was like, hold on a minute, I really want to know that. I really want to hear this, and it would help me. Hopefully, I always put high hopes on things like that, but I always get disappointed in the quality or what is being said as such. And you know, hey, hope for the best, expect the worst. That's what I say. What the agency says. So I'm with them on that one.
Well, definitely. I mean, that's part of what our whole idea and plan here is to bring everybody together. And you get an opportunity when you are here live. And if you check the ProdigyJFK.com website on the events tab, anybody is able to come to this meeting or, you know, any of our meetings that we have. You're more than welcome to come participate and have the opportunity to converse back and forth with fellow researchers. And even if you're not a keen researcher with, you know, years upon years of experience, we still want you to be able to be involved in the audience. This gives you an opportunity that if you don't have to wait for the conference time. Conferences are great. We want to see everybody in attendance, but this is an opportunity each month to come together and share ideas. And for those that are watching this on YouTube, make sure that you subscribe and hit that thumbs up button. Anybody that is partaking in these recorded live shows, people leave comments on the YouTube channel. So if you get an opportunity, you know, buzz through the comment section. There's not usually a lot of comments, but you know, people do leave comments. And if you have something that can, you know, answer back, obviously in a polite manner, you know, please answer
I don't think polite.
the comments. Well, Bart, you know, I drop the F-bomb several times a day. You know, just try to keep it clean on YouTube for me. We want to keep the channel up and not have it taken down. But yeah, if anybody wants to put some information out there, that would be great. I know there's some comments on there that, you know, hey, I'm not a stifler of free speech by any means, but you know, we like to have the conversation continue. And you know, just like I say, there's a lot of times where people that, you know, are viewing it pre-record or, you know, post-recorded, they're not getting an opportunity to interact with us. But they can interact through comments. So if anybody wants to interact with those people, you know, hey, more power to you, and, you know, let's do it. I would like to open up. We've been going for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. I basically have everything taken care of that I need to do today, but I want to open this up for anybody that would like to talk about their research. If they have questions for anybody here in the audience, or if there's something that you've come across that you want to talk about related to the JFK assassination, you know, the floor is open.
Not all at once.
Not all at once.
All right.
You know, I've been reading a book by Nicholas Schreck on the Manson file. I don't know if any of you have seen it or not. Can you? I don't know if you can see this book. Really interesting from the standpoint, we're talking a time period right after the assassination, like 1967 through 1970. And he talks about Vincent Bugliosi and how he skewed the trial to get the verdict that he got, and how Helter Skelter was pretty much just even though Manson had mentioned it, it was more a story he used to get him convicted. But because it's the same time frame, you see a lot of the same things coming up, even same names, the CIA and so forth, and how the government used this killing to sort of kill the hippie period, the flower child, and fighting the war. So if anybody's interested in that time period in this, it's a long book, but it's an interesting book.
Okay.
I wish I had time to read books.
Yeah.
I see your wheels are turning, Larry. What are you looking for there?
Well, going back to Mexico City, all right. This is a short passage, you know, from a chapter here that I've been working on the Sylvia Duran thing. Now, Sylvia Asque was the consul general, and Silva Duran worked for him. They went to Cuba to interview him, and I mean the HSCA and everything, because they could not identify Lee Oswald as the man who had all those wonderful encounters there at the Cuban embassy and consulate in Mexico City in the fall of 1963. So it's right there in his book, Conspiracy, where Summer writes that what Summers did, Anthony, he went and caught up with Duran, and he showed her the actual video film of Lee, that one that shows him, this film here, where he's talking about socialism and Marxism and all this, and how it benefited certain countries. It's WDSU interview where he was so eloquent about his philosophies, all right? And when Sylvia saw this, and he writes that the man on this film speaks strongly and carries himself with confidence. The man who came to my office in Mexico City was small and weak and spoke in a trembling voice. Now, Anthony Summers, being what he professes to be, just an investigative reporter that doesn't really investigate things, I don't know, but this is something that I think is very significant and should be, primary source material in any investigation of Mexico City. So there you go. That's my little thing there.
Thanks, Larry.
As if we didn't know, right? That it was, it was an imposter, right? But
That's right.
Right.
Would anybody else like to share something?
Anyone look at the Abe assassination?
I've seen the video.
Just very odd. Everything about it. I've been looking at some videos on YouTube and posted some on my blog. Just very strange.
The puff of smoke looked like a cannon, didn't it?
Yeah, that homemade gun that he had, and the projectile went a good distance into this wall of a parking garage.
I want to know how, based on where he was almost seemed like a shotgun. How was he the only person that was hit?
Yeah. Well, because he was standing up on a thing, a little soapbox. Bless you. And he's supposed to be a lone nutter, and supposedly motivated by the Moonies, his hatred of the Moonies. It's very strange.
Very.
This is something I'm watching. I was wondering if anyone else thought it was weird.
Well, let me add something here real quick. This just came out this past Tuesday, I believe it was. For anybody that has not seen JFK Revisited or JFK Revisited through the Looking Glass or the 4-hour version, the Blu-ray just came out. So in case people haven't seen it on Showtime or got it off Vudu or one of the streaming sites, you can now go to Amazon, Target has it, several places have it, but you get the 2-hour and the 4-hour version on Blu-ray and DVD combo pack. It's on sale right now on Amazon, $27.99, and also the book. The book is out now as well. Brian's not with us at the moment, but he just got his copy. I think it was last week of the book. I mean, it's a thick book. In case anybody hasn't seen it or read it yet. So I just want to put that out there that those just came out this week. So if you get an opportunity, you want to get a copy, you can get it in you can get it in the Blu-ray DVD combo pack, and also the book is now out as well.
I'm curious about the quality of the footage when they made the scans, because when I watched the documentary in December and in Feb, first the 2-hour and then the 4-hour one, the footage was just an extra notch on top of what is already available through previous showings of other documentaries as such. And it was just a little bit better, and better in the shades and the shading and so forth. And that was really interesting because I made some finds because what I do is I rip the living daylights out of it and make screenshots of like segments that I just take out and put it into Premiere and then produce and make 500 screenshots of every frame basically, and then go through what can I see, because I just tap, just look through it quietly and on slow speed. And I want to look at the 4K version and see what benefits there are from 2K to 4K, because that would be helpful with trying to discover things and such, because that's the beauty of it of 4K. That's why
Well,
I
I
go
know-
along with you, Larry, at that point. So
So
Well, I know that's,
I would ask that any of you who are members of the Education Forum, there's been a concerted effort by Steve Rowe, Fred Litwin, and Tracy Parnell to pick apart both the 2-hour and the 4-hour version, and they use a different standard of evidence. Whenever there is some discrepancy, however minute, when it comes to a conspiracy, they pull that apart and hype it. But when it comes to inconsistencies with the official record, they always dismiss it. Like, for example, Steve Rowe did a thing on the chain of custody for CE 399, and I picked them apart on that a little bit. But there's not enough people that are responding. They're obviously making a concerted effort to be very active in refuting this movie. And so I'm just asking any of you that are members of the Education Forum, I don't know if Steve Rowe.
I left it. I had to leave. I was basically told to go, and I said, you know what, I gotta go.
Whoever is a member.
Don't waste your time. And
We have to start creating, they are creating a record that is going to be convincing to a lot of people. We
No,
know
Larry,
academics and
Larry,
academics.
They have no reach. They have no reach. Look at their YouTube videos.
You're not
They get
listening.
150
Bart,
views.
Hold on, Bart, time out. Steve Rowe has a website. Tracy Parnell has a website. Fred Litwin has a website. They do add it to Education Forum. I don't know if Steve Rowe accepts comments on his website, but we got to start creating a record refuting their positions, because there's very few people that are coming back. Steve Rowe is using a terrible standard of evidence, but we need people. If you are a member, please try to respond, because I don't have the time to do every respond. Or if Steve Rowe or Fred Litwin or Tracy will accept comments. I mean, Gary Aguilar and I have been commenting, but we need to overwhelm them. So I'm just asking people to mobilize, and because I know that a lot of people out there, I have to tell you that there is beginning, because of the whole thing with the conspiracy theories, there is a growing generation of people that don't believe that they believe in the official story. If you look at the polling, the amount of people that believe there was a conspiracy is dropping, partially because people that lived through that event are dying. But unless we push back, this is going to become part of the official record. They are eventually going to win.
I disagree. I'll tell you why. First of all, CTers are self to blame, first of all, because they don't know the evidence well enough. That's one thing. The two, the lone nutters, they nitpick. That's what they do. They just go through the little bits, and that's what they hammer on. But the people that actually should know, they should be able to refute them, but they can't. A really good example is the post that David Van Peen made on the Education Forum as such. And you could see that most of them are completely out of their depth. You know what they've been doing, and that's what Malcolm has a great term for, is they're too busy bullhorning each other at that particular place as such. And that's where the mistake lies. They don't discuss evidence. They just discuss their own opinion and their own beliefs and so forth. And this is where it goes wrong. And on top of it, like I just said, these people have no reach. They have no reach. You look at the videos that they do. They get 150 views, 200 tops, and that's it.
It's not about the numbers. It's about the people who are reading, and they're getting the attention of the media. We have to, yes, they are nitpicking, and that's the answer they do whenever we question The Warren Commission or we have to persevere here. We have to be diligent. And I'm just saying you can ignore them, but they're eventually going to win the debate if this stuff's falling on silent ears.
At least McAdams not around anymore.
I know, but
You know what? Von Peen is the same
guys-
caliber.
these three guys have basically taken up the mantle of McAdams. And I'm just pointing this out to the group that we need to start mobilizing against them. Every time they post something, we have to rebut it, just so that there's a record that what they said is wrong or how it's wrong.
Yeah, Larry, we need to be proactive and reactive.
Documentation does that.
No,
Yes,
you are.
yes.
No, because
No, we disagree, Larry. Calm down, calm down.
Bart,
Fool
you're
it.
dealing with the great collective out there who don't have the time to read the stuff, nor do they know what they're reading. Everything is through intermediaries. And so if Posner Posner's been pretty quiet, but these guys they're pulling down the movie. Stone's not responding.
Doesn't have to.
Eugenio.
Doesn't have to. He's wiping the viewing figures and wiping the floor with that loser bunch. Completely swept off the floor. The amount of views that documentary has had worldwide. That's how it's working. That's how you get traction. And what are they doing? They demolish the official story with documentation, with the witness statements and so forth. Completely annihilated.
I wish you
You
were right.
basically overrate
I
these
wish
nutters.
you were right, but the polling
I
is
am.
indicating otherwise. The numbers that believe in the conspiracy are dropping because of this drip. We got to push back. We can't let these things go out there unchallenged, because eventually it's not the numbers, Bart, it's who's listening.
Wrong.
Look, I wish
Larry.
you were right. I wish you were so right, but that's not reality.
We can't waste our time with a flame war with these people.
What?
Yeah.
We cannot waste our time with an internet flame war with these liars and trolls. You'll never overwhelm them. They're on the internet all
It's not
day,
about-
all night. They have no life. They have no jobs. You know, real people live in the real world with a job and a life. We don't have time for this shit.
It's not about overwhelming them. It's just correcting the mistakes or the argument. You don't have to do a lot. You just have to go on and say, no, like
Yeah, well,
a couple.
don't worry about Jim DiEugenio does a good job of ripping Fred Litwin a new one about every other month.
But Jim is defending his own movie. He's not an effective person. And his, like, for example, people that publish on his website are wasting their time because he's only attracting the people that already are converted. You have to go on a different medium. Lou Rockwell, for example, and some of these others that the one that's the liberal one, I forgot now, but you have to go on different platforms to reach a different audience. It's like a complete waste of time to publish on DiEugenio's website. I love Jim. There's good stuff in there, but you're not getting to the right people. I would tell people publish on Lou Rockwell, for example. I mean, that's conservative, that's libertarian, but there are people that they don't read Jim. But Steve Rowe and these conservatives, that's who they listen to. I'm concerned, and I'm expressing my concern. I'm just asking the collective to try to start pushing back. That's all. I know, Joe, you're right. Everyone's got a busy job. Besides my law practice, I'm doing 2 litigations, on this. But I'm just saying, I have my hands full. Bill's got her hands full. But there's a lot of people here who are experts. Who, if you're an expert on CE 399, and then Steve Rowe, you don't have to refute every one of them. But if there's a topic that you're an expert on and you see something shared by Tracy Parnell or Steve Rowe, comment on it if it's in your area of expertise. You don't have to respond to every one of them.
The original expert on 399 was Ray Marcus. He did extensive research in the 60s on C99 that is still the paradigm of the case.
You know what? It's our job to bring the people, this current generation, if it happened before 2000, they don't care. I have students, I'm sure that David and Casey can, from being teachers, you know, that's the 20th century. That's before their time. If research, and that's another reason why I want Deborah's stuff to be available. We know about that research, but most of the people now don't. And so something was done in the 90s or in the 80s or the 70s. We have to resurrect that and show that this is still, because it's out there somewhere, but it's not in the right place. So, you know, I'm just saying, if you're an expert in an area and one of these guys comments on it, please respond with your expertise. You don't have to write a thesis, just, you know, why are they wrong? You know, like when Steve Rhodes started saying, well, Fraser obviously, he got the different timelines and he was obviously confused and he just picked the earlier date. I mean, he should have, and I was like, okay, so you're saying that it's an honest mistake on his part, but how come every time you pick apart the case, the conspiracy theory, it's not an honest mistake, right? You know, he uses, like, you have to, the level of evidence he uses, the standard is very different. But I'm just
The thing, I remember the education forum when you couldn't even get in at one time, you know, they had closed membership, but you know, their threads are endless and things just get so rabbit hole-ish there, you know, that it's just, sometimes you're going, what the hell am I doing here?
So
You know?
just as we're talking, Steve Rowe just dropped a piece on the Walker letter.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if any of you are an expert on the Walker letter, read his post, and then it's going to be on Education Forum, or try to go on his website. And
I think I missed something because I had to go take care of a customer. You said that he's the one taking over the mantle for
I think
McAdams?
a combination of Steve Rowe, R-O-E, Tracy Parnell, and Fred Litwin, they are, it's like they have decided amongst themselves to go point by point attacking the 2-hour and 4-hour version. They have become, I think they have stepped in the shoes of.
Isn't Simpkin moderating that anymore there?
No, he left already donkey years ago.
So what
Oh.
happens is, like, Steve Rowe writes something and then someone forwards it to the Education Forum and it like just sits there. And a couple times when I've seen it, something that I have particular, like when it's chain of custody or something, but like he just dropped something on the Walker letter now. Now he's going to try to argue why that Walker letter is genuine. And you know, and when you look at the chain of evidence, it magically discovered the day before the FBI was supposed to issue their report. And anyway, I'm just saying that, Larry, that we need to rebut some of these, you know, these blog posts, because they're being read. I'm not asking Joe or anyone else to always comment on them. Just like, if something pops up that's in your area of expertise, please write. So if anyone of you now are an expert in the Walker letter, you know, try to go on his page first and see if he accepts your comment. If not, it's going to be shared on Education Forum probably the next day or so. That's the time to respond to it. Just, this goes back to Bart's initial comment about talking, right? So part of this is being an advocate for a position. And that's how you can help. You can be part of the army that, you know, we're all soldiers and sometimes you get called to duty. So if there's an area that comes up and it's your topic, well, you've been called to duty now. I'm off my soapbox.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Yeah, as far as our group goes and who attends, it's kind of our, like what Larry said, it's kind of our responsibility to, you know, set the record straight, at least to give a second side. And like I say, that could even be on, I mean, there's some YouTube comments, you know, I could easily go in and delete them out. I don't, for a reason. I want somebody to go in and refute some of the comments that are made on there. I mean, some of them are directed directly at, you know, one of our speakers or one of our attendees, you know, our group of people that, you know, share every time we do this. You know, that's why I want you to go in and say, hey, you know what, here's why I said this, or this is, you know, I think you maybe got something wrong. Putting out that other side and interacting. And sometimes you don't want to interact with some people because they're so damn close-minded. You can't get through to them no matter if you hit them in the head with a damn hammer. But at least you may not be getting through to that person, but somebody comes in the comments, reads that comment after they've sat down and watched a 3 or 4 hour journey meeting. What they're taking away is they're taking away that comment. I can't tell how many times I go on a YouTube video and I'll spend, 30, 40 minutes laughing my ass off at some of the comments, because sometimes the comments are better than the damn video. But when it comes to this, the comments are not better than what we do. But unfortunately, you get people to come in and they click on a video. The first thing they do, they look in the comments and they see a lot of, well, they got this wrong, or I don't believe this, or so on and so forth. Then they leave and they don't watch the video. It's not just for viewership. Yeah, of course I want a lot of viewing done on my videos, but I want it for a reason. I want to get the information out there. But if you've got some troll or some person that comes on and disagrees with every single thing, or picks Nat shit out of Pepper, then those are the ones that you got to reply to in order to get the people that show up for the video to actually go, hey, wait a minute, this is a good discussion thread. Well, maybe I missed something. They'll go back and they'll pay attention to what, and maybe they'll figure out that the person that made the comment is, not correct, or, they see both sides of the equation. They see both sides of the argument.
And it's not about, David, it's not about the person that's posting. It's about the audience.
Yes.
Right. So you're never going to convince the person you're never going to convince Steve Rowe or Tracy Parnell or Fred Litwin that they're wrong. But the important thing to do is is the audience that is reading their stuff, and you want to talk to them and show why what these guys are saying is not what it is.
Well, there should be people like Burnham and Drago and all these heavy hitters that should be.
They all quit. They all on like low level appearance. Burnham has stopped posting at the Education Forum for about 6 years now, and Drago has been kicked off as well. And then they started their own little pleasure palace on assassination of JFK.
Larry,
and they fell out with each other.
Larry, we have to raise a new generation of people, and there are people that are really, they did like, I love Bob Saltzman, but he, Bob, I know you're lurking here. He did great work, but Bob is like, he feels like he's done it. He's not current anymore. And his, I don't agree, but there are people that have done a lot of great work. And Dan Hardway, he didn't sign my letter. Why? He says, I've already spent so much time on this, I'm done. Right. And it's like, they want to get on with their lives. We have to find, it's this group, and we have to raise new people that are going to be and inject energy and keep fighting the fight. So I'm just, raising it, that this is it, as David said, it's our responsibility. If there are others who are finished and they're done with this, and they don't feel in a position to be able to respond, Larry, it's up to us and our proteges to take this mantle on.
Larry, I appreciate your comment, and I would just confirm that the bulk of my effort in recent years has been to educate and mentor younger people, in addition to identifying repositories for my 5 decades of collected materials and so forth, so they don't end up in a 40-foot roll-off dumpster in my driveway. So, and it's a complicated process. The material is one thing, but this very interesting animated conversation with the very diverse points of view, I think, are all well intended. Just looking at it from a different sense of practicality. There are so many hours in the day. There are so many.
Exactly.
I mean, people just have so much energy. I mean, not so much like in a lot. There's just so much energy to go around for each person to give to this, their family, their faith, their hobbies, their recreational time. And at the end of the day, it's really a juggling act. And so I think the formula may be different for everybody. I appreciate Bart's point of view, and Larry, your point of view. I see them strong arguments both ways. talking about going down right down the middle of the fence to not, it's not an intention not to offend anybody. It's just that I listen to both extremes as the heat is dialed back, and I think this conversation should continue.
Bob, that's why I was saying that, you know, if it's in your area of expertise, I don't expect anyone to take on this mantle by themselves. But like, if your expertise now is in the Walker letter, if you know a lot about it, well, Steve Rhodes just dropped a piece on it that's no doubt going to try to authenticate that letter and authenticate, you know, that Oswald shot at Walker. If your specialty is the chain of evidence for CE 299, well, that 399, that's, you know, I'm just saying, just pick your area, and you know, but Bob, you'll always have a place for your stuff. Just you are, you know, if there was a Hall of Fame for the original researchers, you're in that.
No,
Kind of you, Larry, but that's never.
These people, every time you debate these people, you're not researching.
Right.
Think about that.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, some of us.
You're doing what they want you to do.
Okay.
You're doing what they want you to do.
No. So I'm not a researcher. Okay.
No, but I am, and I've debated these twats for over years. Years at the education forum, at our forum, ROKC, we kick the shit out of everyone that tries to attempt CTIA or a lone nutter that comes up with stories. I think that, no. Where's the evidence? Where's the documentation? Where's the film that shows what you're actually saying and so forth? If you don't have that, get the fuck out now. That's how I do.
Bart, I would offer just a variant on your observation. It's never my intention to start a sentence by saying, well, back in the 70s and 80s, like I did in the comment I made, because the relevance to all of you now is each of you to decide. It is certainly not for me to be self-serving about whatever I did. The point I'm trying to make is that your comments are time relevant in the sense that when I debated, I knew my audience. I always used colleges. I always had live people. I didn't have the benefit of having to protect myself against internet trolls and people who literally put wax, they would drip candle wax into their ears because all they wanted to do was talk and never listen. And people are so intellectually lazy. I mean, it sounds really arrogant to make such a broad-based statement, but this is pervasive. People only want to hear what they want to hear at times, and you can try as much as you want to get people to come in and debate with their facts, and they're just never going to do it. So you have to almost pick your audience and realize you're never going to change a lot of people, just the way you're never going to change red versus blue in the United States or wherever you are in the world that has conflict. That is just my opinion. So I had the luxury of debating and discussing in environments where people were paying a large sum of money to get a lot of points of view and to have intellectual debates, academia. And so I'm perverted to some degree by that. And so I don't go online. I have virtually zero digital presence by intention, because I was not going to subject myself to the very things that understandably, Bart, have, you know, gotten you worked up about some of your experiences. I would probably be the same way. I'd probably have to take a Quaalude. Talk about dating myself. Wow.
Hey, would anybody mind if I broke in here for just a second?
Well, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
You know, the reason that I don't go online, I don't debate people online, it to me, you know, the information is out there. Most of you know I've written 3 books on the assassination, and I put a lot of my life into it. I've been doing it over 30 years. People don't pay attention, you know, and if they do, a lot of times the so-called research community will slam you for what you've written. Right. Although everything can be based in fact. When I try to put stuff in a book, when I'm writing a book, I don't give you secondhand material. I don't give you third-hand material. I don't give you notes from somebody else. I go directly to the source. And because that's how I want to read stuff. That's how I get my information. And so you put in all this work and then you have to deal with people that, say your book sucks, it's wrong, it's not really a good book. It's, and most people don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't take the time to do their own research. They don't even really, when they read your stuff, they for one reason or another, criticize it. A lot of the reason I quit having a lot to do with the research community was just that I got tired of dealing with everybody's egos. If we got rid of this stuff and everybody decided to work together instead of, well, that's mine, and I did that first. I do like credit,
Right.
Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I do want to be credited for what I've done. And there's been a lot of times when I have not been credited. I won't get into it, but the so-called documentary that you've all been talking about, they took stuff right out of my DVD from my book, put it right in, didn't ask me if they could use it. They just used it. And I'm sitting in my living room watching the documentary, and when a lot of my material pops up, I was a little bit surprised by that. And so that's where I'm at. What's that?
Did you speak to anybody about that?
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay.
And if you'll look at that at the end of each documentary disc, there's my name prominently displayed because I spoke out and said, no, you're not going to steal from me and get away with it. They would not say, let me correct myself. I don't want to use the word steal. I will
without your authorization.
Without my authorization. Yes. That sounds better. At least that's what they're.
Well, it's you have intellectual property interest in your work, and for them to use it, they have to get your permission. So that's,
Well, apparently they didn't think they did, which is just another, when you put your life into this stuff, not everybody does this. You know why Bart can rattle off everything that he does the way he does? Because he spent 3 years in a little cramped room in front of a computer, scanning document after document after document, going through notes after notes after notes after notes, till it's burned into his head. That's the kind of person that we need in this thing, because I used to be able to do that when I was doing heavy duty research and just immersing myself in it. God bless people like that will just get in there and sit in a room and go through all that stuff. He doesn't get nearly the attention that he deserves for doing that.
Bill, I actually had sent you and Jim an email asking if you wanted to sign the letter. When I didn't hear back, I figured you guys had done.
You may have. I thought I had signed it. I did sign a letter, and then I wasn't on the list when I got the letter back. So somebody said it was an oversight. So in any event, I just wanted to put in my 2 cents of it. I'm a little burned out with it because I just don't want to deal with the bullshit anymore. Right. If I do research anymore, it is for me. And if I find something of interest, I'll put it out there. But when you get hammered on a lot, or people take advantage of what you do, it kind of takes the fire out of your belly. I feel that we have proven over and over and over and over that John Kennedy was murdered, and it wasn't by Oswald. And if people pay a little bit of attention and use their brains just a little bit, instead of arguing about who got this point right and who got that point right, that we could solve this case and have it before the public, I believe, very shortly. But that's not going to happen because monkeys are monkeys and they do what they do. I don't mean to get off on a rant here, but when all of you have spent a great many years of your life. When I've spent over 3 decades of my life doing the best I could, not necessarily for the public or for any of you, but for me, and then I present it. That's why I got into this thing. I wanted to see for myself whether or not there truly was a conspiracy. And I can tell you that there's no way you can walk away from this thing not thinking there was a conspiracy. You'd have to be an idiot not to know that this was well, and that brings me to, why the hell are all these people wasting their time being a troll that they don't believe it. So why do they waste their time telling us all that we're wrong and how we're wrong? They won't back it up with
I told you
anything,
why. I told you
but
why.
they can bitch about it.
No,
You know?
this is political. This is about protecting the reputation of the country. This is what they're doing. I've talked to them. You know, why are you spending so much time on a crime that's been solved, in your opinion? I think Joe had his hand up, and then
Yeah, but it's narcissism too with these people. And if you fight back with them in general, I understand where you're coming from, Larry, but to do it in practicality on all these internet forums, you start fighting back, all of a sudden you'll start getting up against the politeness police, and these moderators will kick you off the forum.
well, yeah.
Fuck you, you're
Education
supposed to be on my
forum is
side.
shit hot on that. They were really hard, and that's why I left, because I had disagreements with Jim Hargrove, and it was just going to a point where I was just going to call him everything under the sun, every name under the
Well,
sun.
why do you have to get to that point? Can't you just have here the
Because
facts?
that's why they do it. They want us to explode.
Right, right. And the thing is, you know, if you're trying to be
Oh, Larry, the rule is don't feed the trolls. I'm
it's not-
sorry, but
again, it's not the trolls you're talking to. You're talking to the general collective. So you ignore their idiot comments and you say, this is why you're wrong, and that's it. Let them, you know, gurgitate on it, but you're just letting the other side of the you know, story come out so that they don't have the forum to themselves. You're not going to convince them, and you're not going to win a debate with them. This is not about them. It's about who's reading it.
Well, I think you should have a better look at the education forum, because before, what you mentioned about Roe happened months ago. And recently, David Von Peen and Bill Brown managed to get in as well, because memberships were allowed again. And at first, like I said, at first they were basically taken back by all the posts that are coming in, which are just rehashing posts of other forums, like the JFK Assassination Forum. And then at some point, some people like Tom Graham and the guy who did the documentary on the Pain documentary and a few others basically just put it forward and basically slaughtered them to bits. So if I were you, I'd have another look, Larry, what's happening at that place, because, you know, it's like Ukraine. Yeah, the Russian invader came and now they're getting slapped around because they're putting some documents forward and basically text. And that's what basically gets these people completely off guard and knocks them down.
The concentration should be on Steve Rowe, Tracy Parnell, and Fred Litwin, because they are the activists now. The other people, you know, they're not as active, but these guys are pushing stuff out.
I suggest you take another look at that forum. You'll see who's prolific they're posting as we speak. So, and you know what? This is the reason why I basically left all this debating, and on Facebook as well. When I post something and I get all these idiotic remarks, just let it fly by.
But you're a researcher. You don't need to be wasting your time on debates.
Exactly.
I'm a lawyer, and I'm trying to take the research of all you guys. I want to get this case into a real court, and the way to do it is the court of inquiry. But I'm trying to get I'm trying to do what I can as a lawyer. I'm not a researcher. I take the stuff that you guys do and I try to do something with it.
One thing I would like to add is, has anyone actually entertained the thought about this January 6th committee, how good they actually are, regardless of your rep or them? Just think about how tenacious they have been in their work. I keep thinking, my God, if the Warren Commission or the HFCA was as diligent as they were, my God, the case would have been just cracked wide open and heads would have been rolling left, right, and center at some point. That's what I'm thinking. But that's me as a foreigner, basically. I mean, I don't want to stir up politics as such, but I just saw the veracity of that particular committee and what they actually do as such. Then I thought, yeah, you know, the Warren Commission could have been a bit more like that as such.
But they didn't want to have a public, you know, it was all behind the scenes. Larry, I was going to ask Saltzman a question, but you had your hand up?
Yes. I have something of special interest. I just put it in the message box. Something I've been working on. And it has to do with Cuba.
Yeah.
Recently, the internet traffic has improved in a way where we're able to go into a lot of news groups and a lot of people publishing on their own blogs and everything there. And it's good because there is an incident here, 1957, and the reason this is JFK related is because this was the attempt on the presidential palace in Havana, trying to assassinate Fulgencio Batista on 13 March 1957. Okay, and the figure that comes out as the Rambo-esque hero of this is Carlos Gutierrez Menoyo. Okay, now I happen to be good friends of Eloy. Eloy was his younger brother, and his daughter, her name, and I'm going to scroll down here. Okay, she's not here, but anyway, I was involved with her in a real estate venture, so we know each other pretty well. And she gave me a lot of information about her father, Eloy. Eloy was the most famous of the two, but the one who really did, the legwork, from the beginning was Carlos. Now, Carlos was at 16, the Gutierrez Menoyo family had migrated from Spain after the fascists took over the country, and the older brother was killed in battle against the Franco forces. Then this one, Carlos, who was the second one, 16, he left Spain. The whole family had to leave, and that's when they went to Cuba. But Carlos was involved in World War II in things that I had never seen or heard, a 16-year-old go through. For example, he fought, he joined the French resistance under General Philippe Leclerc. And he participated in campaigns in Africa against Rommel. He fought in Italy. He landed at Normandy. He went all the way to Germany. He's still a teenager. He rode triumphantly into Paris upon its liberation. Okay, and at the same time, where Batista is taking over the country for the second time, because he did it twice. Okay, mind you. Okay, in 57, and by then Carlos had already had ample experience, as a soldier, and he participated with Fidel Castro and Rolando Masferrer in the Cayo Confites attempt. This was to try to invade Dominican Republic and overthrow Trujillo in 1947. So from then on, he created this persona, that he was a bad hombre, and he was very well trained. So he's the one that gets selected to lead the attack on the presidential palace on 13 March 1957, and the reason we have so much detail about the attack, and you can see stuff here in Spanish, but it's been translated below, is because now we're getting, more exposure to Cuban websites. And some of the, the accounts of what happened that day are nothing short of amazing. I put it there on the, in case somebody wants to go through and read through this, but it's, these are pictures of the actual inside the presidential palace and how they succumbed to the fire. It was an intense firefight. They had 50 and went in there with 50 men. Only a few came out. Carlos, fell by bullets, and he's the one that went in there, guns blazing, and throwing grenades, and he had his gun jammed, and they ran out of ammunition, and then they were overwhelmed, by Batista's forces. Batista just barely made it out of his office through a stairway that was next to the office that took him upstairs, to the top floor. Okay.
Larry, can you, are you able now? So now that this a little opened up, is Fabian Escalante, able to get in touch with him?
Oh, Escalante, no, that's very interesting because, yeah, of course, Fabian, I would love to touch base with him. I'm working on it, trying to.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. He's one of the persons because they still have a lot of information on Lee Oswald.
Yes.
Okay. And a lot of this stuff now is probably now starting to filter down. And but like I said, the the account of the attack on the palace. Here is, for example, what happened. The way it was planned was Carlos's group would go and take out Batista, and then Jose Antonio Echeverria, who was the student leader for the DRE and the University of Havana, he would go and take another group to Radio Reloj, a radio station, AM radio station. They would announce, what they had just done, that they had taken out Fulgencio Batista, the despot, and they went and even announced it. They were able to announce it before they got cut off by station management, But the aura that Carlos Gutierrez Menoyo has at this moment with this account of the attack on the presidential palace, puts him, as this guy was Rambo, okay, and unfortunately, he died in the attack, and he was a martyr, and had he succeeded in taking out Batista, that same 1957, you wouldn't even heard about Fidel Castro, because Cuba would have gone into democratic elections, and there would not have been a need to overthrow a dictatorship. Okay, so that's why this is so important. All right.
Bob, you were talking to colleges in the 70s and maybe even the 80s. Was there, and then that sort of stopped. I'm wondering is this something that you think this current generation wouldn't entertain in terms of people speaking to colleges anymore? Or was there a reason why this started, where they stopped inviting people? Or do you have any history that you could share?
I'll try to be brief and as relevant as I can. I got, you, Larry, know the association of how I got into all of this formally by being invited by Bud Fensterwald. And it was initially to do that big computer database project, which I did. And then an opportunity, again, under bizarre circumstances, came for me to speak. And I did. When the fact that I had that initial success became a part of a conversation in 1970, the objective was very focused on getting a new congressional investigation. So the reason that I went out and did my thing, primarily at colleges, was for some of the subtleties. And I don't claim that at early 20s, I was that knowledgeable or worldly to even know that I was improving my opportunity for success by controlling my audience. And controlling in this case is I'm talking to 17 to 21-year-olds in an academic institution. I had a requirement with my contracts that no admission could ever be charged, because I never wanted it to be elitist, if you will, but colleges did give me an honorarium, which I pumped back into the committee. So I went through that. And indeed, all of what I did translated directly and indirectly into two things. Early on, the creation through Congressman Gonzalez and others of the Select Committee in 1976 or 77 and 78. And then
So once the HSCA was formed and had its investigation report, is that when things sort of like
they slowed down, and then we took a new interest when we became aware of what Oliver Stone was going to do. And I'm not going to go through any of the details, but there's me and Robert Groden and I were best buds for the story of that. I went public with his film, and Gary Shaw shared that with us last year about that event in 1973. So I got back on the road, if you will, and continued to do it.
So I'm trying to do this in law school, and what I'm doing is trying to marriage the Innocence Project with the Kennedy assassination. That what have we learned from the Innocence Project, and this was the original fake junk science case, and I'm trying to make it relevant for today's students. But is David Denton still on?
I see him.
I'm just curious because he's still a college professor, right? And I'm curious, if I'm wondering if there's a way that we could try to resurrect
Well,
college. I don't know how you do that. Like,
that would be the end of the story. Joe Backus and I know each other because we took maybe the third or fourth incarnation of what I was doing and worked with a guy named Mark Zaid, whose name you're probably familiar with, and others. And we did an event at Albany Law School. The theme that emerged after the select committee and to some degree after Stone was, now we need to educate generation, and you'll plug in the number. People, some of the people I've had the joy of working with, some young people, have said, well, you were Gen Zero. And I said, I absolutely was not Gen Zero. Mark Lane and Sylvia Meyer and William Buchanan.
The adults in 1963 were the original.
Yeah. So Buchanan and all those folks were that. But the question is, it's not relevant whether you're keeping generations and a score list. It's important that we do what we talked about previously, which is, get a new group of people. And as amazing as it is, with this very harsh world that you've all been representing in this very interesting last hour conversation about how difficult it is, obviously the folks are going to come to me if they share that interest. So I'm not saying it's anything other than a microcosm, but there are people out there who are open-minded, they're smart, they're motivated by facts, provability, the scientific method, medical certainties, those things that I think are a theme among all of the folks here. I don't know everybody, but and so continuing to, I've had people and family, close friends who said, why are you doing this? I mean, what is the point? And I went out and did an all-day JFK event. I shared some of the details of this with David just before COVID. And it went from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And there were 150 people who showed up, maybe a third from academia and the rest. In fact, one person who showed up was the news director at WDSU, who took the phone call from Lee Oswald. And I had no idea he was even in the room, and some people who were vehemently against it. And every one of those 150 people sat there for the entire day. So there's an audience out there, and I have no idea what they're going to do with that information. I didn't have an agenda. I just was trying to offer points of view and encourage discussion and debate. And so it's a hard question to answer, Larry, that you're asking, but I think there's value in each and every one of you who can, you don't have to have slides. In my case, it was 35mm slides and film.
Better technology now, but David, maybe we can, one of the things we could do, get together with David and Casey, and I don't know if you just reach out to colleges or whether there's like a speaker thing that you apply to, but I think we need to start educating, again, going back to the original conversation. The baby boomers are moving into retirement, and Generation X, the millennials, they're all taking over the country now. And we need to, David, you're a college professor. What do you think?
I would just add that I worked through various agencies, college booking agencies, just to get the exposure. And the trade-off, of course, is you pay them a percentage.
Right. But David, I'm trying to think, like, how do we now start doing what people did in the 70s, and going to colleges and talking about the Kennedy assassination, maybe making it relevant today? But is there like a teaching organ? Is there a speaker organization you go to, or you just contact the schools?
Are you? I'm back on here, fellas. Is that question directed towards me?
Yes.
Okay. I got some grandkids running around here. I had to mute some things out. I tried to be in and out of this, but yeah, I mean, generally I can only speak what I've done over the years. And first of all, I think you need to have a cooperative administration. I mean, that's going to be open-minded about what you're doing, because obviously we know what we're doing. We're on the edge here a little bit.
You mean a college administration? You mean a college administration?
Yeah, in terms of, what got me started was that cooperation. Hey, you're doing something important. We realize you've been going around the country. Would you like to teach a class on this? Yeah, great. And that was 20 years ago, and we're still going on. I would reiterate what's been said here is a new generation. I think that generation of people is surprisingly open-minded about what we have to offer. If we, once we lay it out for them, they're not necessarily well informed about the story of the JFK assassination, but they are quickly intrigued with it when you lay out the basic amount of evidence and the obvious injustice that's gone on for the past 60 years. That gets their attention, I mean, not to be too cliche, but the old line from the movie JFK that people are suckers for the truth. Well, I think young people are suckers for the truth too. And it's got to be presented in the right way, and it's got to be intriguing, and it is. And so
Do you have to like reach out to individual organizations at schools, or is there some sort of central booking organization that they then spread the word out to schools? I'm just curious. And
I've basically operated within my district. I've done a little bit of stuff. I know about 20 years ago, I got hooked up with a humanities group in the state of Illinois and got on a speakers bureau and was able to go around the state in Chicago and give presentations. But that's really the last time I've been able to, maybe connect beyond my district speaking, in terms of being able to branch out. I know my alma mater, Eastern Illinois University, I had a professor there who's since retired that actually taught a JFK assassination class. I was surprised that it was out there. Now he's retired since, but it's really pretty rare. I mean, that you can find someone actually at the academic level offering that sort of thing. My impression of and Bob's went through a lot here already, but my impression of academic types tend to be, this is pretty obvious, I'm not saying they're antagonistic towards what we have to offer. I just think they want to keep it at arm's length. It's too convoluted. I remember a quote from a guy in the doctoral program saying, "This is all, telling me this is just all too convoluted for me." Well, it might be, but so do we hide from what is maybe a complicated story, yet one that is so important for us to tell, that. So
I could just offer to you, Dave,
Yeah.
that again, it's just reflection on a personal experience after a lot of trial and error. My original experiences with audience, slides and film ended up being 3.5 hours. And if it's thought out well enough, you can start, finish, and optionally have 30 to 60 minutes of conversation.
Oh, yeah.
And actually get past that notion of how complex and convoluted it is. Think of all the things that you collectively, all of you experts, have collectively in your mind. I mean, if you started talking about, and each of you did a mind dump today, we would be here for a month. So you have to be thoughtful, and this as a professional educator, I'm sure, that thinking about how you put together material as to whether it's one session or a whole semester or a mini session or whatever is very, very important. And if that's done well, I'm here to tell you that it's very powerful and very effective. And I had the benefit of having people who were professionals in that industry who were college classmates of mine who advised me on things that were counterintuitive to me that I bought into, and it really helped.
I have one of my favorite stories. I gave a presentation on my campus, we had a bunch of we basically brought it was almost like a student assembly this was maybe 15 years ago, and there were a lot of night classes. They all came in to watch and I recalled our chemistry teacher at that time had actually worked with the state of Illinois she was involved with forensics with the Illinois State Police. Okay, so this is it, and I'm kind of giving a basic outline of all the insanity associated with the same day ballistic evidence, the autopsy, you know, the general stuff that most of us already know and did then as well. And this chemistry teacher basically got up, jumped up in the middle of my presentation and just started basically going nuts, not of what she's saying, but where she goes, you know, start, where's the FBI? What there's stuff. Why haven't we got anywhere with this? You know, like, then I try to explain to him, this isn't like any other case. This is not the normal. She had such a difficult time understanding, you know, that these things that we have to offer are so overwhelming, yet still so ignored institutionally. It's frustrating, but hey, it is what it is.
I mean, most people are brainwashed into having everything solved in the TV hour of 44 minutes.
Exactly.
The whole case is presented, the potential guilty parties, there are a few red herrings thrown in just for the drama. And then at the end of 44 minutes, taking out the commercials, you're left with some degree of satisfaction. And
Really,
again,
yeah.
I've already referred to the sound of arrogance that comes out of statements, but I just get the feeling that so many people around me are just not willing to invest time in even going past a television show hour, let alone reading a book or listening to David Denton. And it is, you know, what's that old adage about being crazy, right? I mean, the definition of crazy is you keep going back after the same thing over and over and over again and being rejected and expecting that you'll get different results.
Can I throw in a quick comment?
Yes, and I know that David is, I think he's extinguished his video, and I don't know if he's out of the room, but I do see, as probably all of you do see, that I believe it is Neil who has got a hand raised and has probably
Okay.
been there for a while. So
Okay,
David,
let-
you know, David,
let
I don't
Neil
know what
go.
you want to do, but
Hey, hold on just a second there, Brooks. Neil, you've got your hand up. What do you want to say?
Thanks, David. Sorry, I'm not on video because my internet's not particularly stable this evening, and you are, you know, it's not great reception. The first question I had, or I've got several issues and questions I just wanted to raise. The first one is regarding this discussion that we had about the Bill Browns and the Tracy Parnells and Steve Rose and so forth. I don't know if you've been following this, but Dale Myers has been quite aggressive in the last couple of weeks or so. And particular area that I'm interested in is 12:30 to 2 o'clock, which is similar to Brooks's area of interest, I believe. And I was wondering whether you guys know where you can access the DPD tapes for Channel 1 and Channel 2. Dale Myers is asserting that this was released to the public in 1969. You know, we know that there were several transcripts for the Warren Commission that were produced by the DPD and the FBI. And if you trawl the internet, you're going to find McAdams stuff and Russ Shearer's stuff. But my first question to all of you guys is, does anybody know where you can get hold of the DPD tapes in entirety? Jerry Dealey took me around Dealey Plaza and some of the other sites back in 2012, and he played me this stuff. But you know, I was just kind of I was an enthusiast then. I've got a lot further since then, and I really wish I pressed him on that. So, question to all of you: the first question is, where the hell can we get hold of these DPD tapes?
I only have the copies of the transcripts, so I can't help you there. I'm not aware of the audio tapes.
So they're not part of the collection, the JFK collection? You think they're back in Dallas?
Neil, I would also just suggest you take a look at YouTube. There, I don't know if everything is there, but I know early on that I listened to some of the outtakes from the Dicta Belt Channel 1 tapes from YouTube. I don't have a reference off the top of my hand.
See, I mean, I think this is an incredibly critical piece of information that we could really benefit from.
Neil, look on the Mary Farrell site, put in Dallas Police audio recording, Dictabelt recordings. See if you get a riff that will say audio cassette on it. And then ask the National Archives for a copy if they have it.
Joseph, I'm not talking about the Dictabelt stuff, you know, around the shots in Dealey Plaza, the HSCS stuff. I'm talking about, you know, the Channel 1 and Channel 2 tapes. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that might be there as well.
Because the thing is that Dale Myers, you know, he's asserting, you know, stuff to the second, not just the minute, but the second. And I mean, to be fair to the guy, and I don't want to go through the whole single bullet theory shit, but you know, there's a lot of good stuff in with Malice, if you can stomach paying for it and reading it. to be fair, but he is extremely forthright on this point that you know, to the very minute and second on so many things. And quite frankly, you know, if we could get hold of this thing, I think it would be so helpful for the research community. I mean, to be fair, I have the same issue with, you know, researchers that have got all these, you know, recordings of witnesses and so forth that they've spoken to. I never understand why that isn't released to the community either. You know, somebody like Joseph McBride, who's obviously has written, you know, the antithesis of Myers' work on the, you know, on the Tippit case. You know, why doesn't this stuff get, you know, just made available for all of us?
Well, the transcripts do have an occasional time inserted, but they correlate to Tippit being shot somewhere around 1:15, 1:16, and that's where we have problems because you know, if you look at some of the witnesses, Helen Markham and Tia Foley and those guys, it all looks like it was happened around 1:10. So absolutely, if you can get the actual tapes, if they haven't been altered or doctored. I've listened to the Cliff Radio, KLIF radio tapes. You can access those online, and those were very beneficial to actually confirming timelines in terms of information that was flowing from not only DPD, but coming out of Parkland Hospital. So yeah, if you can get the actual audio tapes, it could be very beneficial.
Hey, Neil, I was just going through, did you see the page here on JFK-assassination.net?
Yes, you're sharing your screen, yeah.
Yeah. Have you been on this yet? Because if you click on the little icon up here, it actually opens up the recordings. These are channel 1, channel 2, and then also there's hyperlinks here to 4 different sites that have, I don't know, I haven't clicked on them in quite some time, but I know that there were some of these that actually went over to the full tapes of the recordings. I don't know if you've been on here or not, but yeah, you can, this was a 2004 Chris Scally article that he had written up, and it has a lot of information in here, and also yeah, it gets down to start time, end time, duration, what belt number it's on. Obviously this is from HSCA, but is that what you're looking for? Or are you looking for something else other than that?
Well, I mean, that's very, very interesting. I certainly hadn't come across that before. I mean, if you go to the McAdams site, you know, there are intermittent examples of recordings within the transcripts. But what I'm looking for is something that, you know, literally has, you know, that hour and a half period. So that may be really good. I'll certainly take a look at that, David, actually.
I'm going to put that here in the chat log. The link to that, what I just had up on the screen, is now in the chat. So if that's any interest or any help to you, that might be a spot for you to check out.
And he's
yeah, no, I would. Sorry, carry on, Larry.
I would say, Neil, that you were right that apparently now Myers has been reactivated by the triumvirate of, Rowe and Parnell and Litwin. In the last 2 weeks, he's been active again, even though he claims that, he doesn't want to do this anymore.
Well, he's not actually doing it via a response on the Ed Forum, as you can see.
Right.
He's just doing it via his blog. He doesn't actually want to debate with anybody.
Right.
But
Although,
he's been particularly vitriolic against Di Eugenio and Bill Simpich and Sandy Larson.
And I think Gary Aguilar did post a response. I think he accepted a comment from Gary Aguilar, so maybe he's willing to.
Well, he actually accepted a response finally from Sandy Larson, and then he dissed him.
Okay.
So, I mean, it goes back to the point that you were making to Bart early on. I mean, I really get fed up with the nastiness on these sites. I mean, I'm obviously not in the lone nut camp, but I can see why some people might be in that camp. And if they want to argue that case, just do it courteously, and we'll argue against it. And I also agree with Bart that there's some absurd conspiracy theory extremists out there that are just not worth the time of day either. But at the end of the day, we are civilized people. We should be having a courteous debate. Quite frankly.
Well, unfortunately, in society, is becoming much coarser, even though society as a whole has become fairer, and but the coarseness of the conversation has gotten worse. And again, this is really about politics, which is why it's so intense. I think Myers, the one on his most recent post, he said something about this avowed Marxist. So it's about politics. They're looking at, this guy was a Marxist who killed the president. And, it's amazing.
Well, I mean, it's insane because that hasn't moved on from 63, has it? That particular statement. So, I don't get that. So that was the first issue I wanted to raise. The second issue, David, you mentioned your 2022 stuff available on USB or download or whatever. I have asked this before. What happened to the 2020 recordings, the seminar you did in 2020, the first one that you did virtual?
Yeah,
the
2020 and the 2021.
Fantastic presentations then.
Both.
I don't see them yet.
They're not on the website yet. I had some computer issues that, long story short, they are being worked on. I'm also working on other things. It's kind of like we were talking about a while ago. It's a juggling act to try to get everything done. And I didn't expect things to take this long, but they are in the process of getting worked on. And as soon as I can get them finished, they will be available. Because those need to be out there as well. So as soon as I can get them finished, the first initial cuts, just especially with the way Zoom was, just even 2 years ago, I want to make sure that when I put out something, it's a quality product and nobody looks at it and goes, man, that was just a waste of, dollars to put down, or it was a complete piece of shit. So I only put out quality, and they are going to be coming out. I went back through and re-rendered the videos. I'm much happier with them now. So they will be coming out. I'm hoping I'll have everything done here within the next couple months. I know I've had a lot of people asking, for copies of those, and they are available on USB. And like I say, what I talked about earlier, the last one that we did in Olney, Illinois with David Denton's JFK Historical Group, those are available now. But as soon as I can get them done, everybody will get an email letting them know that they're available to purchase. And they're all done in MP4 format. So no matter what region, that's another reason why I got away from DVDs and Blu-rays, because of region coding. I know I've had people show up at conferences or purchase directly from the website, and then they get a disc and realize it's the wrong region. So everything is MP4 format. So no matter what you're viewing it on, such as like VLC Media Player, Windows Media, you're able to access the recordings and view them.
Neil, I just put in the chat, the NARA finding aid for audio tapes in the JFK Records collection.
Oh, cool.
Okay, that's fantastic, Joe. I'll take a look at that. Thank you. That's really helpful. Yeah, no, thanks, David. That's great. Yeah, I mean, anything that you can download rather than put a dongle in a port is plus all the regional differences. I mean, I don't have any ports on some of my computers here, so yeah, no, that would be great. The third thing I wanted to just raise, and I know I've reached out to you, David, and Brian, and Casey's. We are, for my sins, I became the secretary of the DP UK this January.
Correct.
And it was a case of everybody else took a step back rather than me stepping forward. And we're reinvigorating our physical conference in Canterbury this October. And we deliberately chose to do it that month, so it didn't clash with all the events around, the anniversary in November. So this is just, I know there's not so many people left on the call now, but this is just a call to arms, really. If there's anybody within our group here that would like to make a presentation by Zoom, please contact me. I'll put my email address in the chat box. We've got some people coming in from the States like Larry Hancock, Nancy Wyford, and obviously there'll be UK on-site presenters and some Zoom presenters. But if any of you guys would like to get involved, could you just please let me know?
By the way, I'm curious. Do we have so when you in the UK, people that defend the Warren Commission, what's their? I'm just curious if you've ever had any conversations. Do they have this? I mean, obviously, people in this country are defending our country's honor, but is there a theme in UK?
We don't have anybody within the DP UK that is a defender of the Warren Commission.
Do you have any debates with people? Like, are there any? Is there strong people?
Well, I don't want to say. I don't want to be too specific here because I've invited a Warren Commission apologist to do a debate with somebody on the other side in a few months' time, and I don't, because this will go out, this video. I don't want to be specific at this point, only because I want to try something different, Larry.
Yep.
To your point, just try and have a courteous debate.
Right.
And the person that I've invited is very well known as a lone nutter, if I can use that expression, which I don't like either, to be honest with you. And I'm sure there'll be some members of our society that won't want to actually be involved with this particular thing. But I just feel that it is quite right to have an intellectual and grown-up debate. But notwithstanding that, I think all of us are on a completely different side. Although I think the different side is across the spectrum as well. I mean, hey, from my perspective, I think Oswald is involved in some fashion. I just don't know what.
Right. Well, I was just curious what animates, if there are people in UK. I know we're going way over time here. Just curious. If there are people in the UK that support the Warren Commission, what is it? Is there a theme with what motivates them, or is it? Do you have people have to examine that?
There's no one within DP UK that I know of who supports the Warren Commission mainstream media perspective. I think there are people that have all different perspectives and views. From he was absolutely not involved and he was a genuine patsy to, yeah, he must have been involved in some fashion. I think it's just really difficult to place him on the 6th floor in the southeast corner. I think that's probably the most difficult thing. But what his role is, you know, as we've all discussed over the decades, is still up for grabs, I think. You know, I mean, hey, look, you know, there's a lot of eminent researchers on here, and I don't profess to be an eminent researcher, but his behavior post the assassination is extremely odd. So, you know, if we look at that, the movements and the behavior post the assassination, it suggests that he has some involvement in this saga, which is not, you know, purely as a, you know, bog standard TSBD employee.
Well, Neil, I want to go ahead and put out there. I think it'd be great to come on to your conference in October and you know, give a presentation. I know Brian and Casey are gone for the day, but I will talk to them after this meeting ends and let them know that you've shown interest in having us. I know we were going to do this a couple years ago, but I know there was scheduling conflicts and so on. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it'd be a great thing to come on and be part of it. So yeah, email.
I mean, I think the three of you did some really good presentations in 2020. I don't think I've attended any of your flagship events since then. But you did three really interesting presentations there with the bridge and the gun and the agencies. I think Casey did the agencies then. I can't remember, but you know, the ambush, three very good, but obviously we've moved on a bit since then, but you know, we'd be delighted if you could speak, but the invitation is not just to the Project JFK guys. I mean, you know, Larry, Brooks, anybody out there. I mean, you've got some really, both Larrys. I mean, you've got some really eminent researchers that you know, participate in this monthly event with you guys. So it's open to everybody, and I'll leave my email address in the chat box there for you. And then finally, I'm going to be in Dallas in November for 2 weeks. So it'd be great to catch up with you guys, have a beer, discuss, you know, the whole sagas. I must admit, I never in my life did I imagine that as I approach, well, I'll be 60 then, that I will be spending 2 weeks in Oak Cliff this November. I mean, seriously. I mean, I've stayed in some of the best hotels in the world across multiple continents, and I've got a bungalow/cottage in the heart of Oak Cliff. This is what this stupid thing does to you.
It'll be a lot cooler than it is now.
Well, I look forward to meeting with you in person, Neil. And hey, if you can fit a TARDIS in your suitcase and bring it with you, big Doctor Who fan. So bring one of those with you if you can stuff it in there somewhere.
Sorry, what do you need? What do you want, David?
I said if you can bring the TARDIS with you.
A TARDIS?
Yeah, if you can bring the TARDIS with you in one of your suitcases, I'll be more than obliged to have that at my house.
Well, I'm hoping that the bungalow/cottage that I've rented in Oak Cliff is a TARDIS, and it's much bigger on the inside. That's for sure.
Understandable. Well, hey, I wanna make a quick before I'm gonna let Brooks here have it in just a second. I just want to throw this back to Larry for a second. I know that I go out and speak. I mean, it's been a few years since I went out and spoke at high schools and middle schools, and you know, I've been speaking at colleges. But when it comes to the secondary education, you do get a lot of pushback from administration. I've gotten a doorway into it with, you know, because my kids attend, you know, one of the public school districts where I'm living at. Generally because their teachers, you know, my kids, they seem to sometimes overextend. Well, dad knows this or dad said that. And then next thing I know, I get a phone call from the teacher. But they can't teach, or it's not part of their curriculum to teach the JFK assassination. Hell, I think part of their curriculum doesn't even cover the Constitution anymore. If you speak to some of the you know, the kids that have gone to public schools in the last 10 years, so it's different. I mean, they'll allow a non-teacher, so to speak, or you know, a member of the community come in and speak, but they always put it out there to let the students know this is, you know, somebody that is, you know, not a teacher, but give them your attention because they're going to talk to you about something. The weirdest.
And David, David, my experience is talking to the high school students, just start with the Z film and you will get their attention right
No,
there.
Here's the biggest problem. I do that, but here's the biggest problem. When I go in and they, they want a kind of a crash course, so to speak, of what I'm going to talk about. The top two things they don't want mentioned in, a presentation is don't show the Z film because it's too violent, and don't say the word or even show a gun. Well, you know how damn short of a presentation that's going to be? I mean, you have in order. So I'm sitting there going, okay, so you want me to censor what I'm going to say as far as, and what I'm going to show, but this is what happened. This is history. And it's no damn wonder that, the kids don't, the newer generation of kids, or the, whatever you call them these days, millennials or
Gen X.
Yeah. I'm just sitting there going, okay, so you realize that's why they don't know about what's going on.
David, I think I shared with you at a previous meeting about my experiences with high schools and colleges. And as stunning as this may sound to all of you, and I can just repeat it, after a lot of paperwork, and I was actually granted permission to bring my Carcano into an academic environment. Now, granted, it was college and not high school. And I was personal friends with the director of security at the college, who was a former police officer and so forth. I think that every state is different, but that is incidental to what you're saying, which is that you were stifled in even making references to certain things. And that, to me, well, I'm going to stifle right now, because that's just this whole thing about, controlling. It's like book burning in a way, in some euphemic way.
I think it's well intentioned, Bob, because the kids in college now have, gone through lots of, multiple shooting experiences when they were in school. So I suspect that they're probably very sensitive to guns. I'm not justifying it, but I can understand the concerns of the administrators about kids having gone through this.
I don't disagree with you. And again, just only coincidentally do I say that I've been a paramedic for decades, and next week in our little community in upstate New York, where if you asked any adult or child about what the world looks like to them, they would comment, but then they would complete their sentence by saying, but that couldn't happen here.
Right.
I'm spending 4 days in a very involved active shooter course and evolution scenario at a local middle school with agencies from all around the region. So the sensitivity to the impact emotionally, intellectually, and so forth at every age level, certainly at the public school level, is definitely something that can't be dismissed and be thought of in a cavalier manner. So I wasn't trying to, I was just anecdotally sharing with David that incredibly, I was able to walk in with my rifle, and I had to show them and demonstrate how I had disabled it from operating, and and I had done that years ago. Who would ever in their right mind fire a Carcano? So I basically shimmed the firing pin so it never can penetrate into the breech. So anyway, there are things you can do, but boy, David, your stories about what they told you could and could not talk about. I was fortunate 10 years ago to speak for 10 years running at a local high school with history students, and there were no restrictions on what I could talk about. And it was for an entire day, 7 to 3. So, and this is not relevant to me. I guess it's based on each environment, each school, the educators, the educational leaders, the political pressures from parents and school boards. How many moving parts are there in the process?
Well, yeah. And
Hey, Bob, maybe I could, if I could jump in for a minute. This is highly problematic because you're at the mercy of whichever venue you're going to be at, and it's their rules. I would suggest that we start thinking about, let's play by our rules. Let's play on our field with our ball. And in 2005, I became a public university trustee here in Indiana. Mitch Daniels gave me that appointment. And for 4 years, I sat in a lot of board meetings, and it was kind of the advent of online learning. There was a lot of concern about where online education was going to go, the threat to brick and mortar establishments. You can kind of imagine what those conversations were like, but we're so far down the road with that, and it's really coming in a big way. And I'm hearing we're all long in the tooth. I'll be 70 next year, so we're all thinking about legacy, the next generation. Where's this all going? And I would suggest let's create our own online university.
Yes.
And we have a wealth of talent. And I've had this discussion. I've got 12 grandchildren. They're all getting ready to go to school. So where are they going to go to school? Some of them are going to do some online learning the first year. But there are, again, and I think back when I was in college of all the wide variety of professors I had, some that were phenomenal, some that were just worthless. Well, not totally worthless, but I might give them a D. But you could create, with an online university, you could get the best faculty. You don't necessarily have to be in a chemistry lab with a beaker and doing distillation and playing little experiments. You could video all that, and you could have the best of the best teaching any course, and it's already happening. It's out there. So I would suggest, and I stepped away when Neil was talking, I went and checked real quick. jfk.edu is taken, but it doesn't come up when you do a search.
Wow.
If you want jfku.com, you can buy it right now for $2,300. There's no active website associated with that, but I grabbed for the sake of getting it because this stuff can happen and it disappears quickly. If you ever search for domains and you see something, you come back a day or two later and it's gone. But so I grabbed jfku.org and jfku.info just as a placeholder. But why don't we let our legacy be, let's create an online university where we can take the compilation of everything that's occurred through research and those that have been invested in this for the last 59 years. And let's just create something absolutely fabulous. And it could, and maybe we could even get to the point down the road where this could be accredited to where somebody, and I'm not sure if anybody out there would give us a platform, but that would be our ultimate goal, to where we could actually teach this course. We could have a couple different ones. We could have the first semester course would be your basic JFK 101 or assassination 101. And maybe we might even end up eventually with, 4 courses, some advanced level courses that you might take as a junior or senior. And we cover the basics in the beginning. And then we get into the nitty gritty. You could have one semester, you could spend several hours, several days just talking about the media and the role the media played in, and just pulling the covers back and all of that and exposing the cover up. My wheels are spinning on this, but I think that's how we could create a legacy, because we are fairly disjointed. We always have been disjointed. And whether you speak in a high school or a college, or you get online for a Zoom meeting with 40 other people, that's a one-off. And so anyway, that's my point.
If you can get accreditation, like when we did the mock trial in Houston, we got CLE credit. So the lawyers, and we actually got CLE ethics credits too, which is really hard. So
there you go.
We got, that was about the Oswald's arrest and how he was how he was handled in custody. But if there's a way to also get accreditation credits, then we could start generating some money.
It's an interesting thought, Brooks, and I'm one that comes right together with that, because I'm involved in creating courses and structures for local college. And education is really important, because that's the nature of legacy. You educate generations of people and they pass it down, and it's written in books. I would just, and I'm sure this has not escaped you as your brain is spinning on all these cool ideas, putting together and meshing all of the moving parts and making really well thought out decisions is imperative. And it's not just the content and the length and whatever, but an example is the business model and the social model of how you get people to interact and the interaction of the two. And I'm not asking for a conversation on this, but a good example is that I've done some very unscientific studies on the impact of providing educational material when there is a fee to participate and when there is none. And the data is very compelling to actually have to take into account. And so, for instance, if you decided that you were not going to have an arbitrary hurdle of paying whatever, $50, $100, whatever it is, or $1,000 to participate, does that create a financial burden that's unsustainable to make this all happen? I mean, you've already grabbed some domains, so there's already what, $30 out of your pocket, but that's just a portion of the cost. If you put a tuition on such an event, is that set a hurdle that counters the objective of
I think it does, and I think the goal would be not to have any tuition. I think we'd have to be way down the road before we could think of doing that, and maybe it's something that gets imposed on a higher level curriculum. In other words, your first semester or two are free. I mean, I spent 20 years as an entrepreneur, not just once, but with 2 startups. So I've gone from having a few nickels in my pocket and a couple employees to, at one point, I grew a company, we had 180 employees. So I know the transition, I know the challenges.
There's an example.
I mean, you think big, but you have to think big. But you raise an excellent point. And I think we talked about that even earlier today. I think money is potentially a barrier, and we don't want a barrier. We want to reach as many people as we can.
Yeah, I've heard some people who I've referred to projectjfk.com have made comments, and they said, well, if you want this information is out there, why does Mr. Knight and Company have a price on everything? And the reality is, and I'm not asking you to say anything, David, at all, but I think we all know the reality is that he has genuine out-of-pocket expenses to keep the lights on and the wheels of his web service provider and all the things necessary to do it. So how does that get compensated for? Well, there's either a business model to pay as you go, or there's a benefactor or a grant or something like that. So all of these things come together. And by the way, I see the argument. I can't tell you how many people said, I'd love to get involved in all that stuff that he's got for sale in the shop. Looks really cool, but I can't afford to download this. And, because they see it, I don't know how they see it. I can't speak for the others, but so anyway, not to drag David and Project JFK into this as much as, okay, you don't have a tuition, then how do you sustain it? And then, of course, that's further complicated by the 1 or 2 or whatever, 5 or 10 people who say, I'm not contributing unless there's an honorarium involved. And those people exist. And I don't judge them for it. I mean,
I think that's the essence of what we've been dealing with for more than 50 years. People are writing books, people are showing up as speakers. And what was said earlier about Lancer and Deborah Conway, I mean, there are costs. David is exactly right. I mean, there are real and not only is he not covering his cost, his time. And so this has to be a labor of love, and we're all in it for various reasons, but at the end of the day, we're in it because we know something brutally wrong happened to this country, and we want to set the record right. So that should be our mission. It should be a labor of love. We should complete it. We've been at it for a long time. So this is just a thought. So
David, your assignment before the next meeting is to come up with a plan and a business model and a curriculum and content and everything. And, and it'll be available on Project JFK for $5.
Let me add that to my honeydew list and,
Oh, I'm your honey now. Wait a minute. That's TMI.
One thing that we have to really do, and I would caution the group as this thing starts to ferment, it has to be world-class. I think there's nothing wrong with going slow, working through it, figuring out exactly. Like I had this vision when I thought about online education of you almost need a studio. And who's going to be presenting, who's going to be speaking. So yeah, there's just so much that we've got to formulate in terms of the operating model. You know, there's the business side of it, of course. Larry, I think you talked a while back about, you know, foundational money. I mean, if we can get grants, if we can, there is going to be a fair amount of cost associated with this, whatever we end up doing. But
there are, I mean, I've been accumulating names of foundations. I haven't had the time yet to evaluate what the missions are. And I think when you start, like, I know that there's a lot of the political culture right now is about the Innocence Project and judicial reform, justice. And so that's why I've been trying to link the assassination to those current events, and there may be a way to do that. I will say that, I mean, you know, I spent the last year and a half teaching remotely because of COVID.
Mhm.
And it's actually, the Zoom has made it really easy. You can even have, I know some people here, and you can have fake backgrounds. So in terms of a studio, you don't need a studio per se, but you do need good equipment.
right, good equipment.
Yeah. But I think this is a fabulous idea. And I think we should think about it more. And David, do you have a business plan for JFK, Project JFK, in terms of expense costs?
Well, I know what I pay out every month. I mean, we have a business model and a business plan that we follow. But again, it's not considered a business. We, you know, we have to pay taxes and things, but you know, it's the fact of, you know, it wasn't designed and set up as a business. It's, you know, like we were talking a while ago, it is a labor of love. I mean, you know, there's a lot of you figure out the hours of cost to do something, the cost of, you know, like paying each month for Zoom. So we're not limited to 45-minute, you know, sessions, because hell, we're going on hour 4 now, or hour 5. But, you know, just like when I do a conference, I mean, it'd be great if I could just do a conference and give away the USBs or the, you know, the files for free. But it's that recouping the cost. So doing the JFK University type of thing is a excellent idea. I mean, that's the most excellent legacy idea I've heard in years. It's how do we obtain it?
So
there may be another financing model, if I may, David, and it's probably not appropriate to talk about it in public, but just popped into mind in this context, is having a membership model that is a little bit more flexible, that is, if you will, higher levels of membership for more benefits.
And I think, Bob, also, we've talked about this in the past, about you creating a 501c3. And I know that there's some, I can help you, I'm a lawyer, but the point is that once you have a vehicle like that, like for example, with our lawsuit, we would love to use Project JFK as a plaintiff, but there's no organization that would survive a motion to dismiss, you know, I mean, Lancer and Mary Farrell, they're, well, actually Lancer isn't either, but Mary Farrell, I mean, they have a history of, you know, and this organization has been around long enough, but you don't have an organization, a legal entity. And that would also, I think, help attract donations. And then maybe membership as well. And maybe for some, there might be a way of, for some events, you know, you might be able to charge, and other events you don't. That might, but I would be happy offline to discuss and kind of get a feel for what your real expenses are, because, you know, as a donor, you know, I mean,
yeah,
I'm giving my money, I have no kids, so when I die, I'm gonna make sure my money goes to something before I die.
Let me sit, I'm going to send you my address in email. Nothing like a rich New York lawyer to make my
Well,
debt.
I'm not rich, but I didn't have to pay for college. So, but I have like a lot of dog organizations I'm going to be bequeathing money to. But anyway, I think we're at the point now, David, where personally that, this has been an infant that's been growing, and maybe now you need to have a little more structure as we take the next step. And I think Brooks's idea is fabulous. Can you imagine the kind of videos that we could do? I mean, I did this for the Thurman Munson Hall of Fame. We put together a bunch of, videos and we got them on the ballot. And this is a visual world now, right?
Right.
Writing isn't, this is the way you get people. But anyway, we've already gone to 4 hours and I've probably consumed an hour and a half of it. So.
Well, I think we had, I think we had a great meeting today. A lot of great points were brought up. A lot of information was shared, and I can't wait. I can't wait for the next one that we have. We're going to, I think we're going to go ahead and close out today. I think there's definitely food for thought that we can all munch on until the next meeting. So, I just, like I say, there's a roadmap to follow to get us where we want to be with, especially with legacy and getting the younger generation. And I know I've said it so many times, I'm not literally blue in the face, but figuratively I am, because, we have to, us guys, how I'm hitting 48 this year, there's the younger generation that just either doesn't have the interest because it hasn't been presented to them, or we run into the fact that, they just, it's something that doesn't interest them that it should. And by presenting it in a way that, can reach them, especially audio visual wise, go into a classroom these days, the books you see behind me, yeah, it's a fake background because all my books are sitting in boxes right now. But when you go into a classroom, you don't see books, but all you see is tablets, laptops. There's a reason for that. We are not teaching the kids today. They're not being taught the way that we were. So we have to meet them on their level. And unfortunately, with the level that they're on, and call it politics, call it what you will, they're being dumbed down to where they're not paying attention to what actually took place in the 1960s. Hell, they're not being taught before the 1960s. So we need to figure out a way of how to reach them.
See, the benefit that Bob Saltzman and those of us of a certain age was World War I was 50 or 60 years before our time, but it was the same century. So it felt more relevant. When we turned to 2000, it became a different century. And there's a stigma. It's like learning stuff from the now some of us were Civil War buffs, but there weren't a lot of, but David, so just to let you know, John Orr and I created a limited partnership for our 3D creation. We're not taking any profits. We're just going to get reimbursed from our expenses. But if we are able to license that model, we're going to distribute the proceeds to our limited partner investors. So there's a whole bunch of different things that you could do. But I agree with you, whether it's January 6th, whether it's the Innocence Project or something, there's enough themes, overclassification, there's enough themes going on in today's world that we could link the Kennedy assassination to make it relevant to this young generation.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right, Larry.
Hey, one thing real quick, I just, back in my working days, we had a couple patents and a bunch of trademarks, but I just jumped on the USPTO site. JFKU, from what I can see, there are no trademarks that have been filed for that by anybody. So I think trademark is really important.
Yes.
That's gonna, that's your brand, JFKU. And so we should think about grabbing that pretty quickly. And getting
JFKU is taken, or in
no.
terms of,
Well, there were some issues with domains, but as far as trademarks go, because if you jump over to USPTO, go to the website, you can do a search. I didn't find anything. No, in trademarks, you could file, trademarks are multidimensional depending upon whether it's used for an educational purpose or whatever. So, but I didn't
Brooke,
see
can you
any,
send
I
me
didn't
the
see
link?
anything for JFKU.
Brooks, can you email me the link? I want to look into that. And do you think the JFK Museum in Boston has grabbed any of these?
Well, maybe, but if we're gonna go JFKU with the idea of it being an online university, it's just, I think it's uspto.gov.
USPTO.gov.
But to the practical point, Brooks has already shared with us that he's grabbed the two domains, JFKU. I think Oregon.info.
Oh, okay. So you have
So
the
the
I've got
domains,
the domains, but you want to get the trademark.
right? So just for your benefit, Larry, I think you probably knew this, but Larry and Brooks are speaking about two different identification elements. Brooks has got the practical piece, which is he now owns that domain for, I guess, a year. And he could do two things with it. He could implement it, or he could, do what so many people do, which is extort thousands of dollars to get it back, like happened years ago when somebody scarfed up Ford.com.
Yeah, I actually had an opportunity a couple of years to help out when I was living back in Terre Haute. I'm in Indianapolis now, but I would go over and teach occasionally in the entrepreneur class in the business school. And what I would tell them, when you start thinking about branding, you almost got to work backwards. When you pick a brand, whatever it's going to be, if it's Amazon or if it's going to be Netflix or whatever, you want to search for the domain name. You want to make sure the trademark's available. You got to look at your intellectual property right out of the gate, and because that's it. That's the
why
key.
in the 70s, when people would ask for a rum and Coke in the bars, Pepsi was going around making sure that the bartenders were not using Pepsi.
Good point.
And there's another element of this that I referred to in another context earlier. So Brooks talked about the name from a domain point of view. Larry talked about it from a trademark point of view. But in the end, is JFKU something that is marketable in the sense that people will think of that when they type into their favorite search engine? I mean, if I was looking up stuff on the assassination, I wouldn't think to type in JFKU necessarily. This is not a criticism. I'm just saying that thinking it through as a marketing person is yet another layer of complexity that may lead you to an actual different path.
Because, I'm thinking there's plenty of high schools that are named John Kennedy High School, right? And
well, you want something simple, and of course you can drive traffic to a domain search. I mean, there's all sorts of gimmicks that you can play, but
you can. That's where Google makes its money.
Right, but you want it. It's got to be a buzzword. It's got to be something simple. And I'm thinking if we're going to eventually become an online university, why not JFKU? But I'm willing to spitball this and.
My comments were not intended in any way to be critical. It's darned unfortunate that the word assassination is so long.
Right. I think I'm not sure David or we once used JFK CSI, which is interesting because that's very close to a TV show. I'm not quite sure if they'd be an infringement.
Well, yeah, I know that when I was starting the website for our group, I know that Brian and Casey had a website prior to us starting this. And, I explained to him, I said, it has to be something short and sweet. Well, Project JFK CSI Dallas is way too damn long.
Right.
Project JFK was the original name of the group way back in the 70s. And then CSI Dallas was brought in, later on. But as you see, we use the full name, but the website address is just simple, projectjfk.com.
Because I think I have a YouTube JFK CSI.
Yeah.
So these are all ideas. I'm just wondering, Brooks, the fact that there are John F. Kennedy high schools, whether JFKU is going to be confusing. So
now once people get on, they share it. I mean, once you start driving this thing.
And remember, Larry, that it's not ending with the domain qualifier edu. It's ending with org or info, and there are another 15.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote down edu. Okay,
Oh,
so
did I understand you correctly, Brooks? I didn't think it was
I'm wrong.
edu.
No, JFK EDU is taken, but you don't find anything when you do a search on the internet. So it's just a placeholder.
Right.
Somebody, and it may be because you can't use an EDU domain unless you have to qualify as as an institution probably in order to be able to
Right.
use
There's
that.
an organization called
But it's
ICANN.
JFKU.org and JFK U info. That's
Yeah,
it.
JFKU.info. I got JFKU.com is taken and it's for sale, I think, for $2,200. So you'll find that all the time. Some people.
I like org anyway. So org is.
Yeah.
And then okay, so then I'm gonna go look at the PTO.gov, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, USPTO.gov.
PTO. Okay, all right. I'll do that this weekend to look at that and then maybe figure out a way to claim it, or at least file something if it can be done quickly. Brooks, this is great ideas. Again, look at the talent we have.
Well, it takes what's the old saying? It takes a village to raise something.
Don't use
Yeah.
her thinking.
No, but it takes all of us. It takes all of us to make this work. You know, I mean, if it wasn't for the audience and everybody in attendance, and everybody that's on YouTube, that helps by making donations, it'd make it really tough on us to keep things going. So yeah, we depend on that. I mean, we've done it before, and yeah, it's a stretch, but by you guys, financially helping us out, it gives us all a platform to come to that isn't just reserved for a hotel room in Dallas, So, I want to thank everybody that has donated, is donating, and possibly will donate in the future to keep Project JFK, CSI Dallas, and ProjectJFK.com, running. So thanks everybody for showing up, for attending, and for participating. And those that have never been with us or have been with us and gone away, come back to us, or start out with us.
Hey,
So,
Mark,
Ron,
I like the number on your back.
I got to pick my wife up in 13 minutes, and if I don't get there, I may not be on future Zoom meetings. So I got to go. All right, adios.
All right, well, you guys take care. Have a great rest of the weekend, and we will see you next month. Thank you.